Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing today? Thoughts on everything runs starting this week? Eh. Good morning, Lars. 393. Hmm. Very weird buy orders on GameStop. To 10,000? Good morning, Lars. So basically, chase the upside. I mean, I really don't see another option. But yeah, if it starts moving, there's some potential for it. Thank you, Mission Nocturnal, for the introduction. I read the Daily DD. If I'm understanding this right, SPY 1K end of day. No. You've totally misunderstood everything I said. I don't have a 344 SPY call. Where? Did I mistype something somewhere? No. Nope. Are you just fucking with me? Monkeypox ouchie down downs. Hmm. There's a stock for that. Maybe not. Speaking of which. I'm ready to be hurt. Why not? Under open order entry? Where? Oh, I might have like clicked on a call for some reason. Like if you click on it, it just pops up. These aren't completed. Hmm. Sadness. Thank you for the review, Bipolar Bear. Market doesn't start till Girk says ding ding. Oh yeah, that ding ding. Vorname, what's up, dude? You explain how VXX has the possibility of squeezing. Sure. It became decoupled from its underlying assets. Um, back in what was it? Where'd it go? Back here in early March, right before GameStop's run. We're approaching the time period where if funds had been closed out here on this little squeeze that happened, or if any short volatility positions had been blown up, of which there were a significant quantity, that we may see some backlash from it. And the options chain currently looks like they are attempting to hedge a Volgavana squeeze, similar to the same options stuff that occurred on Knock Knock GameStop in January of 2021. It's not the strongest thesis. That's why I haven't talked about it a lot. Who's there? Okay. I said who's there. Hmm. IMAP? Yeah. I'm not going down this road. I was in third grade once. I'm not saying I'm in anything. Oh, there's mayo on this sandwich. A, because mayonnaise is delicious on sandwiches. B, Kenny can't take it from the French. C, this is the only way to get inside information on the stack. Pomas, do a joint stream with Matt Kors. I don't think Matt Kors would allow that to happen. You're such a Dan. Thanks for a name. I'll take that as a compliment. No, I don't eat mayo with a spoon. That's disgusting. Did you try the GameStop wallet? No, because I have a wallet already. I'm not Mace Windu. What are you doing up this early, Trash? Are you feeling okay? Is something wrong? I went to Costco yesterday, by the way, and we were talking a lot about Funyuns. Well, they have an industrial size bag. They're not as good as they were when I was like 4 years old. But they make your breath violently offensive. So if you have to talk to someone that you may not be fond of, think about it. Why is onion flavored rings are better than Funyuns? Interesting. I believe you. Just because the steps taken to be better than a Funyun are very few. Like, it's not a high hurdle. What a passes for industrial sized chips up north? I don't know. It's a pound, an actual pound of Funyun, which, given the weight of a Funyun, is a lot volumetrically. At Costco yesterday too, and Gurk's bottle was $35. I got a $2 rebate on it. They might have ended the promotion. I want a fried blooming onion. Huh. Compelling. Am I? If you plant onions, do they proliferate or do they just get +1/+1 until end of turn? They get a +1/+1 counter. You don't get Costco delivered? Sometimes I do. It's not always available, like in the city. Sometimes there's just no appointments. So you have to go in. You have to go in and become, risk exposure to monkeypox, especially here. Yeah, I actually think the Dixie might not be the worst forward indicator of market sentiment right now. It seems to be one of the most reliable. We are just tracking the market, by the way. I feel like that should be noted not only in the pre-market, but right now. This is unimpressive. Can you give a quick summary of how you see wheat playing out this summer? I expect it to cost more money. Um, as the spring and summer crop fail to yield the quantities necessary to cover up the discrepancy lost in the Ukraine-Russian war. Price target? Not really. I don't know what wheat's worth. Up. It's very cheap right now. It's at like all-time lows. So how many days does it take for Funyuns to pass? T plus 3? This is more like T plus 30 minutes. If you had to choose one food for the rest of your life, would it be the new violently offensive Funyuns, or pineapple pizza? Neither? I'd starve to death. Hey, we're green. What's the opposite of selling someone on something? Because Greg's doing that to me with New York City. I would never try to sell anyone on New York City. I don't want more fucking people here. Is cost still safe to go long or wait? I mean, sure. It's very cheap. It's not as cheap as it was on Friday, but it's still very cheap. Could it be cheaper? Yes. We know this because it was cheaper on Friday. Costco picks? Interesting. New segment? They're not going to pay me to do that. Maybe they would. Ooh. There's been some nice headlines for wheat holders over the weekend. Yeah, even the Ukrainian president came out, Zelensky came out yesterday, I believe, and said that the war with Russia is preventing them from exporting 22 million tons of food products. This is the worst OPEX ever. I mean, it's very early in the morning. And also, we kind of didn't expect anything from it, right? They started moving their puts out to June on Thursday. So, they're very similar to what happened with Feb. Although I do think that we could see a run from the gamma exposure. I think it will be minimal. Maybe 115 at best. Can you look at Bobby's order flow? Seems whack. Inflow in the last 5 days is 1.2 billion. Outflow 500 million. So the entire market cap is being held in just the last 5 days. Yeah. Yeah. Someone's holding the price of BBBY down hard, smothering it, if you will, with puts. What's a good corn stock? Corn. Corn's a good way to play corn. Not the band, the ETF. Did you get on time on DDS? What do you mean? I didn't buy back in. I should have on Friday, but I didn't. On the last run, I got out at like 310 or something. I didn't hit the peak, but I did okay. 1,400 viewers, 388 likes. Smash that button. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a great way to support the channel and not give me any money. Also, I appreciate it. See, I did the thing. It was pretty good. My wife saw you at Costco. She couldn't catch up to you because you were on your hoverboard. Yeah, that thing goes pretty quick, actually. And it's not a hoverboard, it's a Segway. Um, Tell her to learn the difference. Have you ever been recognized in public before? I think like once. It's a big city, and I wear a mask everywhere, so no one knows who the fuck I am. Use my security analysis book to do some DD into Ultra this weekend. Thanks for the patience and wisdom in teaching all of us. Awesome. What were your I was about to do some myself, so I'm curious about what your analysis was. I think they're fucked. But not yet. Quarter 3. Have you ever been sponsored by anyone or anything? Not true. I was sponsored by Zoomies when I was in high school, very briefly, for skateboarding. I'm not sure if it was the company or the store, but they gave us free skateboards, which was dope. No, I don't have a cold. I represent a diverse consortium of over 1,000 viewers, 2/3 of whom don't even hate watch me. Between us, there are hundreds of dollars of consumer buying power. No, there isn't. If there was, it would be spent on options. What about 2x leverage like Luia? You could. The problem with the leverage plays is that they're better for like short term in and outs. They're not really a good like buy and hold. $100K into BBBY or wait for GME June. Thoughts? I mean, GME is gonna have more price improvement than BBBY just because of its volatility. Like, same like pigeon whale. I am still a pigeon whale because for the seventh consecutive month or whatever, I've forgotten to cancel my pigeon whale membership. It continues to launder money into YouTube's pocket. I thought you had Heelys. I mean, I wish. Do they make Heelys in adult sizes? I think I've been through this before and I can't buy them in my size. Do you really use a Segway in Costco? You'll never know. There's a Costco in Manhattan too. But yes, I went to Brooklyn. Have you ever been photographed by the paparazzi while spending time in a private dumpster suite? No, you know the Dans are actually pretty good at driving away the paparazzi, ensuring that almost any image that they can take is inappropriate. Do you wear the VWAP hat out? No, it's only for the stream. I did once, and then everyone thought it meant very wet ass pussy. So, no, not anymore. Ooh, could spot you by your calves. Nice. Did you take the GMAT? If so, do you mind telling us your score? At 780. And yes, I had to take it. Doxed? What? How were you good? I was okay. I think it was more that I hung out with people that were way better than me. Right? To this day, I can't kickflip. Not that I've tried recently, but I'm sure I can't. What's a good value for theta on selling CCs? What do you mean? Like, I mean, generally people target 30 to 45 days to maximize the amount of theta premium they receive. Risky on something as volatile as GameStop. That shit may have sailed. It's possible. What did you spot in VXX for Volgavana hedge? Yelya's data was showing some crazy shit going on with the gamma and delta tests. Do you have any updated thoughts for Affirm 617 25C? Also, I'll kickflip for you. Thanks. I don't know. More chop. I'm already out of this. I sold my position on the move up. I think when it tested like 27, I got stopped out. So it was like last Wednesday or some shit. 25, 617. I mean, there's a chance it runs back up, but not if the market doesn't move favorably. Seems to be pretty influenced by the SPY. FOMC minutes this Wednesday, along with, oh, there's something else important this Wednesday too that can fuck us. What was it? It's like the GDP report, I think. Oh, that's Thursday. Durable goods orders are going to be pretty important. Previous is 0.8%. They're forecasting 0.4, which will not be good for retail stocks. Yeah, GDP growth rate quarter over quarter second, estimated quarter one is going to be on Thursday, which is going to be the second, I think, second assessment of quarter one GDP. If that comes in negative, also, it's going to be pretty bad. Yeah, I can do heel flips, no problem, but no kick flips. Thoughts on EPAM? It's bouncing up and down. I'm still in my shares because they're at 311. I'm gonna wait to re-enter options. Hopefully it moves down and retests this low range. Somewhere at like 309 to 311. Kind of here where I bought in. Um, ideally. I think it's gonna continue to sort of move forward here on this current trend. Which you can see better out here. They had a meeting Thursday, I believe, but I had a hard time finding any news on their forward projections. I think they weren't like overly bullish, but they weren't that bad. I didn't take ACTs, trash, just SATs. When do August quarterlies open? Monthlies. They should be open soon. They're not open yet today, but they should be opening up soon. It's at the OCC's discretion, so there's no guarantee of when they open it, but they should be open soon. Okay, look at that. Piece of shit. Ooh, 3% today. It's exciting. I have 760 on my GMAT, and it really bothers me that you scored higher. I mean, you still have a really good score. Maybe I got an easier test, Pops Aaron. What if you ever got to the point where you're convinced a short squeeze is 100% dead? Would you tell us? I know the confirmation bias and the pickle jar will fight you on it. I mean, okay. I mean, I would just tell people if I thought that right away. I still don't think it's 100% off the table. I think it's a lot more unlikely than I used to. No, I didn't see the Tony Hawk documentary. I want to, though. Do you think your trading has improved as a result of the stream? Yes. Profitability's improved. I don't know if my day trading has improved. Is there anything important about the market that you learned in the last year? All kinds of shit. I mean, most of the things we talk about in here aren't even standard for trading. Tracking FTDs and like institutional options flow, positional management. This isn't really like, these aren't really trading strategies. Institutions use these strategies for investment decisions, but retail generally doesn't. You should get some coffee, Aaron. I had a perfect score on the math section of the ACT. I don't like to discuss the other sections. Congratulations, Carl. Are we approaching the demand zone? No. What's a walk limit? It's just a trailing stop. Trailing stop limit, usually. I think, although I've not heard that terminology before. That's what it sounds like. Who has those? Schwab has those, I think. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Okay, I'm looking here. It seems to be it's specific to Schwab. And it's for multi-leg strategies. So I guess it's kind of like an algorithmic back-end limit order. That's what it appears to be, at least, Carl. The big red lines that indicate a positive announcement from the company. Yep. If they believe FOMC and GDP will be bearish, there's no reason to cover any positive GEX until Wednesday open. The problem with that, though, is they still have to cover it in advance of the FOMC meeting. So if they're trying to get a cheaper price, that doesn't help them. Because if they push out GEX till Wednesday morning, they have to cover immediate, like they have to place the orders before market open. So the orders are already on the book. So they can't benefit from the arbitrage if the FOMC meeting tanks the market. It's far better for them to cover today or tomorrow. Other millionaires are YOLO into Pickles picks, or what's their success rate? I don't know. I've never tracked it. I think it's pretty good. You shouldn't YOLO into them. They're there to practice paper trading on and learn how to analyze and find plays on your own. Also, I've entered exactly 0 of them as of right now. That's not true. I took 2 calls in Sega for the YOLOs. Can I get monkeypox from sleeping with strangers? You know, if your sexual partners are covered in skin lesions, maybe hold off a day or two, or take a cold shower. I don't think there's any asymptomatic. There's no evidence of asymptomatic cases, so HD 290s look tasty. They do. I don't disagree, but it's at 280. And if it falls to like 275, 280s look a lot tastier than 290s. Sometimes you can't be that picky. Can't you? I'm back. Went down a YouTube rabbit hole watching kickflips. Nice. King shame, man. That's the thing. It has a crazy long incubation period. So you're exposed to someone who's contagious. They have no outward symptoms. Don't touch anybody. That's the solution. Just don't touch anybody for the next 6 months. It's not hard to do. Just watch the past week, and SPY spent a considerable time between 389 and 391. Don't you have shit to be doing today, Ryan Cohen, with your new wallet drop? I heard about your dream last night. Hmm. Unbelievable. Ooh. Cat's looking bullish as fuck. That's greedy, right? I'm gonna do it anyway. This is unbelievable. Jesus Christ. BBY has dropped 5%, but the calls have not dropped in price. Well, that's standard. We had a cap below 200 last week. I feel like a genius. Congratulations. Ape NFT, same like monkeypox? No, it's not contagious. OPEX and T+2 and repositioning. In your daily post, you had screenshot of Feb can kick and focus on Feb 24th. Thursday, T+4. It wasn't T+4 from OPEX. It was a FINRA deferral that week because of the holiday. That was just the T+2 date. How can repositioning happen outside of T+2? Yeah, it didn't. Also, Thursday is technically within the T+3 window. If there hadn't been a holiday that week, but there was. We waited a long time to buy puts. Hmm. Can I gently click the like button, or do I have to hit it? It likes to be hit, Volgavano. I'm not gonna lie. What are the top 3 things that you saw that made you think that cat was a great time to buy calls? Wow, you're really presuming a lot there, Stefan. You think there were 3 reasons? Relevance will ask a legit question, proving that they understand the concept. Well, I'm over here more lost than Victor and Moonwind's love child. When IBKR BR update? Uh, as soon as they get some shares back, I'd imagine. Jimmy more downs or FOMO July calls? It doesn't look great. Top 3, I said. Top. I mean, mostly it was just the crossover. It's long-term resistance. Also, the trend looks sweet. It's probably a mistake because I bought weeklies, but I was bored. It was going up. It was going up quickly. I like cat. Yeah, I've traded pretty drunk, especially crypto. And so many characters, I think, also will fall below 300, but do well in the recession. If the recession occurs, inflation rises. They offer cheaper makeup alternatives than Sephora, owned by Louis Vuitton. Hmm. Here's a question though, but who's more affected by the recession? Remember that wealthy people are more insulated from discretion, like cutting back on like discretionary spending. So generally, luxury products do really well in a recession because rich people don't give a shit. They keep buying stuff. I agree mostly with your assessment, though. I think they'll take a hit, but not a big one, and I think they will do well. But there's something to think about there. It's not official yet, OG rules. And while it is almost a guarantee at this point, nothing is until it is, right? You've been hanging out with the 510 gang too much? I doubt it. Are you waiting to sell CCs for Wednesday? No, they sold CCs last Friday. But did some LRC going to $10? Does the market need to change its status on Facebook for it to be official? Or are we waiting? What are we waiting on here? I think it's still undecided. Now that Gmail is a best in class wallet, it's time for that additional value to be realized in the short term based on existing market valuations of inferior products. None of that value has been pulled into Jamie's market cap yet. Bullish as fuck right now. How do they have a best in class wallet? It's it's just an F wallet. I don't think it's all that special. It's pretty standard, right? Is there something I'm missing here? You buy calls before the shareholders meeting? A few, but not a lot. Apes with wishful thinking as always. It kind of sounds like it. It's pretty slick. I'll give them that, but and UI is important. Yeah, I haven't really tried it yet. I'll be fair to it in that regard. Have you seen the UI of other services? Gmail UI and backend is superior. Their marketing is really on point. That is a huge factor in this type of technology. I agree. But it's just the wallet, right? It's not income. It's bullish, but moderately. I think they're taking like what 1.5 fees per transaction, which is solid. And they're taking the fees in LRC, right? Which is good for LRC. It's kind of sort of unique. This is painfully boring. I might actually try to work instead. Fair. I know it's a layer 2 wallet. Best guess on VXX Volga-Vana timing? No idea. Although I'd imagine upward pressure on VXX due to its loose ties to its assets could trigger it. So a market crash would help. Why are you fucking me over, Caterpillar? You don't even have resistance in this range. The fuck out of here. BTU's up almost 5% today, too. Looks like we're starting to see some money flow back into the value side of things, which is bullish. Home Depot moving up a little bit, but tracking more with the market than I would expect it to. Visa's doing well today as well. I don't know if anybody was carrying calls on this. I know a few people had bought in at 200. Or bought in targeting 200. Yeah, that's right. Stock market is closed Monday of MayO-PEX. I'm aware. So T+2 is just pushed out to start Tuesday. Yeah. It creates deferrals and pushes it later into the week. So Thursday would be the most likely day. VXX isn't halted. Who the fuck said VXX was halted? Nice. Silky smooth cerebral down. Good price. Gherk, don't FOMO on cat weeklies. Gherk FOMO's into cat weeklies. There's a time and a place for everything. I think it was a good call. To be fair, I wasn't going to buy any cat calls this week. Wallet launch bodes well for a slick marketplace. Token swap fees via wallet net 1% for both GameStop and Loopring at present. Marketplace transaction fees may be similar. Nice revenue stream with hopeful mass adoption. I agree. I hope some value is realized from that. It's caveat emptor mean on VXX, buyer beware. It's a leveraged ETN, so it's high risk. I think Fidelity warns you about that. Time and place for everything. We all remember your BBY FOMO too. To be fair, I'm still recovering from that. Well, sort of. I made a bunch of money on my calls in the March run. You have to learn the rules before you break them. Buying wheat options, Jan. I still have mostly October's, but if I add to my position, if I start to see some strong movement in it, I'll be buying for January. Planning on buying any puts for this week's earnings? Some, yeah. Big investor in a firm. Yes, they are. Shop looks good, but they're not going back to like, $1,200. Not anytime soon. Yahoo has BBY SI at 84%, was at 65. Is it becoming exceedingly absurd how cheap BBBY is? Yeah, it is. It's extremely cheap, especially given its, you know, their current assets. Dillard's? What about it? Is it doing a thing? Not really. Nice, Dork. You're still playing GIS. When the fuck was I playing GIS? I don't even know what that is. That does not sound like a stock I've purchased. Any action on Wetzel's Pretzels today? You know, I don't check it frequently. DCAG sues Zuckerberg claiming he was personally involved in privacy failures. Facebook dead? I hope so. Yeah, I know. BTU's moving today. An idea for my small portfolio to maximize returns. If the bull market returns but GME doesn't moon, I'm going to alternate between SPY and GME while timing the runs. Nice. Am I dumb to enter at the money BBY calls for August right now? I mean, it's likely to experience upward price action during OPEX, so no, not necessarily. They're pretty fucking cheap. Favorite sport that involves no shirts? Hmm. Is there any sport where a shirt is a requirement? I think you're called by a killed cat. It's flat. Hot take. Maybe BBY share price isn't increasing because it's not an innovative company. The shopping experience at their stores, especially online, is awful. Aside from Bye Bye Baby, there seems to be no discussion about improving their core user experience. I mean, they have. They've discussed it a lot. They've been investing money in e-commerce and redesigning their stores, but the process is slow. I agree. They're not particularly innovative, but I think there was also, for the last couple of years, a interest in the from the board members of just reaping as much profit as feasibly possible off of a dead husk of a company before they kicked it to the curb. You've never played shirt ball? No. Do you still expect some Jimmy covering this Thursday, Friday? No, not Thursday, Friday. I expect it today or tomorrow. After that, I really just kind of expect us to drop. There's no holiday this week, so there's no deferral in 2+2. Did you sell 95 cover calls? 100. I only sold like 20 of them, though. It's not a big deal. Jimmy hits 101.55 today. That's possible. Are you streaming on Memorial Day? No? When's that? When does that happen? Is that this month? Monday the 30th? No, that's a 3-day weekend. Why would I stream that day? There's no market. What am I going to stream? Can I manage your portfolio for a day? Are you going to sell everything I own and transfer the money to your account? I'm not going to fall for that again. Because you'll miss us. Sure. I'm gonna go out to what looks increasingly like my new house in Long Island, and I'm gonna drag my barbecue out there. I'm gonna pick something and get piss drunk by myself. Is OPEX over? No. Today's Monday. Does your friend's wife know he's losing the house? I doubt it. Is he having trouble already? I mean, he hasn't paid me back yet. That should be fun to explain. I don't give a shit. He does have 2 months to pay me back. But he's supposed to be doing it in payments. If he opts to pay me back in a lump sum, he has to pay interest. The first of those payments due today. And he called me yesterday and I was like, bruh, I don't think I can make it over to the lawyer's office tomorrow. And I was like, that's a you problem. Kirk is a loan shark now. Some friend. Me and him haven't really been friends in a long time. If he pays you back in full plus interest 1 week after the deadline, will you give him grace or hold him to the contract? I don't know. It depends on how I feel that day. I mean, it looks like I exercised my right to the lien holders agreement at $200,000. So that would be the taxable price. If your friend defaults and you get the house, does it come with the wife too? You know, I could live without it. Oh yeah, I'd sell it immediately. How long have you been trading seriously as a job? 3.5 years, a little more. Might be a little more now. Just maybe almost 4. Almost 4. I need to find something else to do. Are you playing with a fidget spinner? No. It's not a fidget spinner. I've dropped it on the floor, so it's gone now. Is it worth it to trade as a job? If you're good at it, yeah. It's a rewarding job. It requires a lot of self-discipline and market knowledge. I thought if he missed a payment once, well, if he misses a payment, then he has to pay me in a lump sum with interest. Although Technically, he hasn't missed a payment yet. It was 3 years when you started the channel. Yeah, so it's like 4 years now. That's fucking crazy. Man, time flies. It still blows my mind that we've been doing this for a year. Have you had the talk with your neighbor? Sort of. Did she secure his house? Think of his kids. No, I don't think he's aware of the stream. I have a background in finance, John. The trading part is self-taught because they don't teach that in academic finance. Traders are considered gamblers there. It's a very negative view of trading outside of, financial institutions. What do you like so much about Cat? It's difficult to appropriately value. It blows my mind I've been doing this for a year. I know, and you're a potato. No problem, dude. What's it gonna take for you to get a perm again? I'll probably never do it. It was just a one-time thing. I was in the moment, like taking my shirt off. Can you play this song again? If we bounce off VWAP here, sure. Bro, have you seen the borrow rate? I'm aware of it, yeah. Did you trade while living on the West Coast? Yeah. Starting to feel it a little. Feel what? Your fucking day's over at like, I mean, even if you trade the entire day. When I lived on the West Coast, I would wake up, trade, and then go back to sleep at like 7. And I'd wake up at like noon and finish out the rest of my day. When you're trading like on your own, you probably won't end up trading the whole market hours. That's usually like the first hour of the day or the first and last hour of the day. It's easy to have a background in finance. You just put a spy chart as your computer background. New to streaming and didn't know what to do with all the donos rolling in. Had to commit to the perm. I guess, yeah. I didn't honestly think people were gonna pay me to get a fucking perm. I thought I'd get away with not getting one back then. What's up with AMD? Nothing. What do you mean what's up with it? No, I didn't buy any GME calls. Although I might now. Hmm.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
Here we go again. We have an inverse Head and Shoulders. Why does it stop? I don't fucking understand. Who sings it? It's me and Ben. It's Ben D. Shaft featuring Gherk. I guess no monkeypox? Should have shorted this. Mm, maybe not. No, I'll give it a few days. Can't he make a longer version? Say 5 hours? I'm sure he could. I know he's working on the remix right now. What part do you sing? I don't hear it. Maybe you should play it again so we can pick you out of the crowd. Rude. I think the spy will hold this level for a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. The spy's performance today was pretty unimpressive. It's looking a little better. GME's still just moving with it, but where can you go to learn the things you talk about, like dicks, gex, fire signals, etc.? Oh boy. I mean, I don't think there's any one source, John. Read lots of academic finance papers. Read lots of hedge fund strategy papers. Gurk, I'm on my deathbed. The only thing that will save me is playing that song for the next 5 hours. Are you gonna let me die? That's messed up. Yeah, probably. Sorry, man. You'll be missed. How do I stonks? Do you have any BBY CSP positions? Or are you up to your exposure limit currently? I have $7 CSPs. I don't think I'm gonna fill on them, but they might. Adam Aaron still has 2 AMC shares left, so it's still alive. Any call volume coming in? A little bit. Not a significant amount. No. Let me check. It's been about 15 minutes. I could check for the update. Wasn't very impressive earlier. Just a lot of 100s. Mostly for this Friday. That's about it. Garrick, why aren't you at the World Economic Forum meeting? No one invited me. Also, after what happened last time, I'm probably not allowed back. But do you think your degree gave you a leg up on trading? Not at all. I don't know, maybe. I'm able to move through an earnings sheet faster. Playing Baba earnings thoughts. I think it might do well. I'm actually kind of interested in how Baba plays out for earnings. At what point would you consider buying back your CCs when they go in the money? Uh, Probably never. That's at least my current thoughts on them. I guess on Friday, if they were still like a little bit in the money, I would buy them back. I don't think they will be, but which earnings this week scream puts? Did you not read the Pickles picks? When's GME earnings? I think it's after the shareholder meeting, but I'm not sure. Or it's at the shareholder meeting. Foot Locker doing a thing. Interesting. Looks like it's ready to move. Man, it had a rough earnings call here in Feb. Is there more to that, or did you just want me to look at it? It looks like it might be running a little. Hard to say. Volume's kind of low, right? Ugh. They have earnings this week. Ooh, short. It is Nordstrom's. When institutions roll puts, do they wait for some of the T plus 2 bounce to rebuy? Or would they rather not have any time gap? Oh, I think they wait for the T+2 bounce. Because they get to reposition their puts cheaper, right? I can't read. I mean, the earnings are going to be shit, right? We already know that. Goldman Sachs employee killed on the subway. Snitches get funerals on Wall Street. Not really. What the fuck was a Goldman Sachs employee doing on the subway? Was it just like a generic Goldman Sachs employee? Like reception, customer service, janitor? Or was it like someone on the trading floor? It was a janitor? Jesus Christ. People are going to turn that into a fucking conspiracy theory now? Desperate. People get killed on the fucking subway every day. Janitor with knowledge of wrongdoing. Code Black, thanks for upgrading to Billionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon, man. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
You know you're a degenerate New Yorker when you're like, people get killed on the subway every day. I mean, they do. Like, you gotta give me something more compelling than that. You've gotta be like, Goldman Sachs head of, like, international bond purchases fucking murdered on the subway after meeting with a, like, New York AG. That would be something. Why are all New Yorkers so hyped about mediocre deli sandwiches? Uh... That was very specific. I mean, it's compelling. Not like, random Goldman Sachs employee gets murdered by random loony on the subway for no apparent reason. How likely do you think we could see a run in the next few weeks? I think in June we will see a run. We might see a little one over the next couple days, but nothing big. Maybe up to like 115. Technically, I think the options chain can support a move into like the 120 range. After that, it's going to have some problems. This janitor found a secret crime file in the trash can and was going to become a whistleblower. No, he fucking wasn't. BlackRock employee murdered on the way home from night shift. It was rumored to have built a cult-like status on YouTube. See, that would be compelling, and I would expect you guys to... any murder of me should absolutely be taken as a red flag. Girk, are you in danger? Not that I'm aware of. If you get murdered, do we buy calls or puts? If I get murdered, it's probably someone from Super Stonk. You could skip a stream one day, then start a whole bunch of rumors yourself. I know. If you get waxed, can we still get pickles fix? I do wonder about them watching you. Okay. Probably. I'm looking to buy puts and calls right now. If we go up or down a little more, 715 puts for the next 2 weeks. Calls for later is rolling to August and available. What about zero DTE puts? Thoughts? Like for Friday, might not be worth it. This week might be kind of unimpressive. If we do run, it'll just be a slow crawl back down from the peak. Should have held the Visa 200Cs we bought last week. Yes, I copied you on those. Huh. Which ones? See? Caterpillar's still doing its thing. Visa was like 197. Oh, okay. I have some open right now, but not very many. Same date. I'm in and out of Visa a lot, though. How long of a term? How long term of a play is X? 6 to 18 months. And yeah, I'm still in it. No, I'm not gonna have my neighbor do a guest appearance. Cover calls today or tomorrow? Wednesday? Maybe tomorrow. I mean, it depends on if we run or not, right? If we run, then there's an opportunity to sell them at the top. Remind me again when we start the live colors portion of the stream. We don't do that. This isn't Howard Stern. Looks like it's basically only shorting into active on pressure. Makes me think we'll see a little pop in the afternoon. Yeah, I can see that. I can see us breaking over through the late afternoon dark pool dumps. That seems reasonable. Oh, it looks like what we're on track for. I just don't know how good of a run it'll be. Wait, then who do I spend the afternoon talking to? Have I just been calling random internet men daddy this whole time? It's possible. Expects AMD back over 100. Had stellar earnings, even pushing their expected year end. Yeah, they did. And it should be. I mean, AMC is, I think, wildly undervalued at these prices. It's just when they dump. Some dark pools dump later in the day. They all the orders go in at the same time, but the settlement periods are different. I didn't say AMC. Bullshit. I don't know. I don't believe you. It's not Freudian. To be fair, we talk about one of those tickers far more than the other. Fortunately. Ah, prove it. Ha ha ha. And if you guys buy AMC, that's on you. I do it all the time because it's like essentially the same combination of fucking letters. You guys going on about it in chat. It's just, I don't know. It's fucking dumb. Like, ah, got him. It's stupid. Of course, I'm not talking about the fucking popcorn stock. August calls for AMC around 70. Sound good? Go for it. CSPs on DDS at this level? You might not get a market maker, Phil. If you do, you might end up on the shit side of the spread, which isn't ideal. I didn't... Mhm. Instant settlement prevents the mark long of short positions and synthetic position. Pickles penny. So without being able to mark long or defer settlement, none of the manipulation that they currently do with ETFs is possible. Instant settlement would force instant price realization. We're obviously still seeing BBY price suppression, as you noted earlier. Are the interesting buy orders still coming in on it recently? I mean, there's still large block orders coming in. Dollar amount of puts on Best Buy today is crazy. Yeah, Best Buy is gonna get fucked hard. If super trackers wanted to test the 100% DRS theory faster, they'd do it on DDS. It would only take a fraction of their portfolio. And too bad they're 100% concentrated in GMA. I mean, technically, based on the data available, DDS doesn't have any shares like available in the market at all. It sold like 50% short, and 70% of its shares are DRS. Well, not DRS, but employee owned. I mean, basically DRS. Held closely. If super suckers, people give up on Palantir too. I remember how much people love Palantir. I still own it, unfortunately. The problem with Palantir is Palantir doesn't make money. I don't know what you're talking about, Carl. Is BBY suppression similar to what we saw in GME during December, Jan, Feb? Different. I would actually say that the BBY suppression looks like long positioning. I suspect in an effort to buy back into the stock at these low prices. Is it important that companies make money? Usually. Mo up 2.3% today. Yep. Looks like some money's being driven into value stocks today. Which I kind of expected on a turnaround. Growth futures weren't looking too hot last night. Still wondering if Tesla's going to break out, though. Costco coming up. You know, Saks up 3% today. Interestingly, Docu's doing all right. How's Netflix doing? Shit. Has anybody noticed the like media campaign against Netflix all of a sudden? Ultra MO? It's Altria Group, Philip Morris. It's got a 7% dividend yield. It's not bad. Is there more money to be made selling weekly? There's an argument for both. I don't I don't like selling far dated calls, especially with the shareholders meeting coming up and the unknowns surrounding that. Selling anything beyond that is risky. So that would mean that, you know, next week's expiration is kind of off the table. Disney smells blood in the water. Maybe. I don't think Netflix would get into adult content. What's going on with Zynga? There was some like unusual volume on it on Friday. No, it's gone. Huh. Merger with Activision? Interesting. Hmm. Is the utilization rate irrelevant because the data for it is bad? Hmm. Grabbing more GME now, or do I need some patience? It's up to you. I think it'll be cheaper in a couple weeks, but It's not a bazooka. It's just a water bottle. It is comically large. I'm aware. You guys are ridiculous. I'll be right back. 1 second.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
I want to buy more, but it's going up now. It'll come back down, don't worry. Nice, Amy. I got a couple calls, but I'll probably buy more if we break gamma neutral. I cannot wait till the day you get the "don't worry, it's coming back down" wrong, fine sir. Me too. Fuck ad. Wet girls are here, bro. Thank you, Tinder X XYZ. Good to know. Really, the bots are really getting explicit with their content. How fucked could Best Buy be if puts keep coming in this heavy? 55 after earnings could be worse. The 110, 120, and then a slow bleed to early June, most likely. Yeah, I'm not really sure about the 110, 120. I'm pretty sure about the slow bleed. We might run up. I don't think the bleed down from 110 to like 90 is going to be very slow. But after that, yeah, it'll trickle out as volume drops off. I'm 6 feet, so 2 inches taller than you. No. If MOASS doesn't happen the next year, will you continue streaming? I don't know. Every day I wake up, I'm not sure if I'm going to start the stream or not. I usually do. Is Gamma Neutral still at $100 this week? Yeah. I think it's at like 99 something. Have you bought BBY puts yet? Yep. How do you know Best Buy puts aren't just the biggest bear trap? Well, that's why I bought some calls. Greg just doesn't love us like he used to. When did I love anybody? I'm not going anywhere. Fucking relax. But is it worth it to enter a put position if it's a slow bleed? I mean, if you have enough time. Trees, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Happy birthday,
Thank
girl.
you, Fluffy. Or just click that link.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. It's more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me.
Not gonna lie,
got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. The foot trade trades, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Tesla. Hey, my calls are printing. This is dope. Tesla, Mark of the Beast. 666.69 incoming. Now, this is the kind of rally that I paid good money for. What's weird is the Dow is fucking ripping today. The Dow's almost doubled the SPY's performance. Which is kind of surprising me that we're not. Usually, COT isn't sold super short. So I'm surprised we're not performing in like way better. This is shit. I mean, Visa's performing right along with the Dow. Cat held back a little though. Curious. I wonder if someone went short on it. They're about to get fucked. BBBY and BBY tank down low enough for Jimmy to buy them. Spins off bye bye baby. Finally realizes his dream of owning BBBBBY. GME. Don't forget GME, Dr. Sharp. Turn up a little more so we can't hear you at all. How hard do you think Bill Gates shorts printed on Tesla? I mean, probably pretty hard. Why'd you let me play Zero DT on the Spy? What? I didn't let you do anything. Building a house, no drivers for deliveries, supply houses running out of concrete blocks, no drainage pipe, windows and kitchen cabinets, 6 months lead time. I honestly think the economy is in serious trouble. I agree with you, J Dubs. Very much so. Snell's watching your stream and sniping your pics. They're just getting in on him. What's your put call ratio on BBBY? I have one call, 2 put. Times 10. I sold CCs on Friday, Acer. I didn't sell them today. The economy is transitory. Just give me the power of foresight. Will my VXX 90Cs print? No, probably not. Even if it squeezes. Excess demand will cause others to enter the supply chain due to profitability. Well, no, the profitability sucks because of the over ordering. Excess demand will just create oversupply. What's on 2.8 million $40 puts on VXX today? Probably just a volatility hedge. Stop being such a Debbie Downer. Any idea how high SPY can go today? 403 probably at most. A lot of put shed on Friday, but I don't think we're gonna bounce much above 400. I have calls on the SPY right now. So, but yeah, I expect to start setting stops at around 398, 399. What's with the high volume but downward movement? I think Sega had a pretty big short position in place before it started to run. I expect there to be a bit of a struggle. No update still on iBarrow. It just means that IBKR doesn't have any shares to lend. That's all. What's going on with banks today? JPM, BAC, Wells Fargo, all ripping. Higher rates are good for banks. They're considered a value investment. They are profitable. Expect money to go into them. Isn't SPY testing the upper downward line? I have two of these open. Not yet. It's coming up on the 399.50 test. It kind of consolidated and bounced off the lower trend. See? Do you expect this monkeypox issue to get some ups in the market currently, or just blow over unless it gets worse? We'll see. It depends on how it's handled in the news cycle. Ugh. Your stream doesn't work on my phone. Try changing the resolution, Mark. What about issues of being repaid on those loans? I don't think that's currently a problem. These defaults aren't on the rise to that degree yet. And there's also a buyer for debt, right? Debt's an asset. Loans at lower interest rates in the current market. I mean, those are less likely to be subject to default, right? Are you holding your weekly overnight if it doesn't run up today? Yeah. Hasn't monkeypox been a thing since like the 50s? Why is everyone making a big deal of it now? Well, first of all, breakouts have been very localized. This one's apparently international. Second of all, this is a different strain. Thirdly, everybody in the 1950s was vaccinated for smallpox, so the odds of it being spread were very, very slim. There's large amounts of herd immunity at the time. Does your local stripper have loans on 2 condos, a mansion, and lakefront property? No. Housing market is fine. Strippers probably make more money than you do. I know a few of them, and they all make like low 6 figures, like $200,000-$300,000 a year. So it's reasonable to think that a stripper would be able to afford more than one property. Although the strippers I do know currently have a fuck ton of credit card debt. Every stripper I know has like 6 rental properties. Any houses you can lean on. Thanks for your opinions, Tyler. Stripper attendance is a key indicator of recession. True. You know, cash in the bank is considered collateral too, not just income. DFP says Gmail has SSP and LTV, now has NFTs, and eventually we will go re. Nice, Psyche. A week or so ago, someone said there was a delist date for VXX. I can't find it anywhere. Is there any validation to this? I haven't found any, no. What are your views on being able to use stock as collateral for a loan? Listen, if the bank loses $500,000, that's their fault. How come YouTube won't let me level up my membership? I have no idea, man. Try on your phone, try on a PC. Tesla getting higher lows and higher highs all day. 700 end of day on the table? Possibly. That's sort of my target. Walking. How many days are you going to let your cat calls go? Probably not much longer. Maybe tomorrow. BBY $11 June 24th safe? No. You're gonna burn a lot of theta buying that contract. You know, August 15s are only like $100 each, right? People trying to capture June 17th price movement by buying the next week's fucking options, which is a mistake. Get what you pay for. Does this mean Jimmy will now run by tomorrow now that bullish articles are coming out? No. When August calls open up, they should be open pretty soon. I'm surprised they're not open already. But it's up to the OCC ultimately. Whenever they open them. Vanguard doesn't like ETNs. Neither does Fidelity. We're gonna have an inverse Friday kind of market day. We'll see. Cat building up a little bit more support at these levels. This is good. I think Cat's gonna move up. Looks ready. Hmm. Fucking earnings estimates of $7 a share. Unbelievable. Hmm. Target for a BBBY open run. I don't know. I think it'll probably move above 20. It's hard to say. Fucking the call interest on the chain, like the far dated call interest on the chain is nuts. Like, have you seen BBBYs like June OI or January OI? Like, look at August. It's like decent, right? Up to $20. If you look at Jan, it's fucking nuts. 37,000 fucking calls at $20. 10,000 calls at 22. And this is on leaps. This is fucking crazy. 30,000 calls at 80. 20,000 at 60. Do you still have access to the membership feature on YouTube? I'm unable to upgrade my membership. You've gotta contact YouTube, or you've got to try it on a PC or a different phone or something. I don't know why it won't let you upgrade. That sounds like a stupid idea, Bipolar Bear. Why are you trying to track movement on a volatility index, John? There's no point. It'll either go up or it won't. Watching it's a waste of time. Just because the bar rate's up doesn't mean it won't just drive it up more. People act like, the bar rate at fucking 7% is like putting the squeeze on the fucking short hedge funds. It's not. These guys have hundreds of billions of dollars. Some cases, trillions. They don't give a fuck. Let me reiterate how little danger they're in right now. Absolutely none. The current market cap for fucking GameStop is $7 billion. Citadel alone's assets under management could purchase GameStop outright. Let's see. How many times? Without even throwing Susquehanna into the mix. $68 times over. Right, it's almost 69. If we drop down to $90, they could buy the company 69 times. Is the bar rate retroactive to massive shorts at the sub $20 level? And at times like this, I remember that Citadel stays away from bankruptcy back in 08. Sure they were. They're not anymore, though. I mean, they're not really even positioned the same way they were back then. But no, the borrow rate's not retroactive. Those shorts aren't even included in the borrow rate. The borrow rate is currently a lendable shares from the lending pool. And the rate increases based on the utilization of those shares, which I will reiterate one more time is not at 100%. Otherwise, the borrow rate wouldn't be going up. So there are still shares available to lend. Why? Because there are always shares available to lend. Even if there's no shares available to lend. Yeah, and Susquehanna has trillions, and fucking, JPM has trillions, Wells Fargo has trillions. The people trading swaps on GameStop have trillions of dollars, as do the people backing those swaps. Are you into oxy calls? If so, what price are you looking to obtain? I don't know. I'm pretty far up on my position. I'm still carrying it, but I was hoping for like 74. I think this level might be a little hard to break through, but if it does, 72.83 around there, I would probably get out. So I have to recall shares to get the new borrowed rate. I mean, your lender would have to recall them and then lend them out at the new higher rate. Yeah, trillions in leverage money, which they can liquidate to get trillions in cash. Everyone acts like the collateral they're given isn't, or the margin they're given isn't backed by collateral. It is. In case anyone was wondering, I could be green. Have we talked about the 30 million spy candle at 11:36? It's almost the entire daily volume. Not really. I also don't see it. Is drop in volume a good indication that OPEX will have ended on Wednesday? Yes, especially pre-market volume. Uh, Listen, if you haven't heard the explanation about VXX, don't bother with it. It's just a YOLO. So I have 3 brokerages open right now, and none of them are showing multi-million dollar volume candle. Or a multi-million volume candle. Do you think blockchain will be tech for mainstream payment systems in the future? We'll inevitably end up with green energy sources, so that should dramatically reduce costs. And I think blockchain will eventually move to proof of stake instead of proof of work, right? And so that will dramatically reduce energy costs. Also, no, not unless the government adopts its own blockchain system. Mass leverage leaves even hedge funds open to risk. Sure. But it's only dangerous when they can't manage that risk. currently the risk on GameStop very manageable. I mean, it's no different than GME's down cycle clerk 1981. It's in between OPEX periods and it's down cycling. The only big difference being that we're seeing very large amounts of buy volume in both options and stock as institutions are interested in getting back into BBBY at these lower prices. And on the counterparty risk side, sure. But the idea, I mean, the argument was not about that in the first place. The argument had to do with the risk that GME presented currently, which is negligible. You can look at Wyckoff on different timescales. Peanut butter and pickles. Blockchain for MOASS. Have some wheat 14C for June? Too soon? Not seems like too far out of the money and too soon. Yeah, you can look at it on the yearly time frame as well. In which case, this just looks like a distribution event, not an accumulation. The daily? Seems like there's no puts being added to the chain on GME. What doing short hedge funds? Well, why would they buy puts if they're going to cover some GEX? They would buy puts afterwards. You fade the peak, especially if you know you're going to be covering. Where do you see Apple end of day? Could move back to like 145, maybe 147. I mean, it'll depend on the market. But if everything keeps running, then it looks good. There we go. Cat's starting to break out again. GME too. The CNS closed tomorrow. A good time to buy at the money puts. Depends on if we run or not. Remember, gamma exposure can extend through Wednesday. No, the bull market is not back, dork. Don't say things like that. Especially with the trumpets. I wouldn't call it going from a low this morning of 50 cents to 63 cents MOASsing. It's moving up. Would you look to close weeklies around 100, 105 if we run? I mean, if we break gamma neutral, we can move up to like the put call flip. So like 114, 115, right around there. I was about to press X to doubt. Oh. End of day Apple? Like 145, 147, maybe, if everything keeps running. Cat's having a bit of a hard time with 205. EPAM doing stuff. Cool. That doesn't look super bullish. Do you plan to enter more BBY calls? Maybe. I bought some $10 ones last week. Do you think it would be better to exercise or sell my wheat $10 July calls come July? All right, it would depend on the price. Right, peanut butter pickles? So, like, I mean, if it moves up sufficiently for it to be worth exercising, then yeah, I'd probably want to hold them a little longer than that. Do you think Apple's overvalued? At these prices, not really. Honestly, Apple's a pretty good deal right now. Is the $8 just the premium you paid, Popster and Trader? Remember in March when you were drawing lines and buying and selling calls on every single mini breakout? That was entertainment. I mean, that requires volume. We just hit 1 million volume for today. It's a little different than a like 8 to 14 million volume day. Can you take a moment to teach us how to straddle a stock like BBBY, please? Sure. You buy one call at the money and one put at the money. That's it. Do you think pigeon wheels are overvalued? No, they're priceless. One of the brilliant things about GME Wallet is that the network of GME wallets is a decentralized exchange. Also, since it's just video game NFTs for now, it's not threatening to status quo. Okay. You're clearly on a thing today. I'm gonna have to deal with this all day, Stefan. Just tell me now. I'll go back to bed. Doesn't the long put and call just negate each other? No. Your bet is that the stock will move significantly in one direction or the other, right? But you don't know which. And so when you approach earnings, you know, there's like a range of expected movement probability. And the options channel price in like a 10% move or something like that, right? And by straddling it, whichever way it goes, you only lose the premium for the other leg. So, you know, if those calls and puts cost like 3.5 each, right? So call, put, premium paid, and you know the stock moves up 10%, then your profits are only capped, like your profits are only capped by the cost of the side of the straddle that doesn't print, right? So the premium paid is deducted from your profits. But that's your hedge that it could move in the other direction. That's a good idea. I'm out. See y'all later, trash. What do you think about selling CSVs on something like VXX during a downtrending market? I mean, do you want to like? It's risky on VIX assets. I wouldn't do it on VIX stuff. Other things, sure. Generally, you want to sell covered calls in a bear market, and you sell CSPs in a bull market, right? If you don't want to be assigned. Yeah, no problem, dude. Yahoo showing BBY 91% ownership by institutions, 14% by insiders, over 100%. Do you think the data is wrong? A little bit. But that's just because like not all the 13Fs are updated. Variations of the Black Scholes model, bought Wookie Cream. What are good further out dates to capture expected exposure without worrying about day to day? Jan 2023, sort of pricey. I mean, October? Do you know what GN is currently for GME? It's like $99. Is VXX still decoupled? Partially. Is Bros looking bullish? I mean, it's up 10%, so yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's recovering a bit. Maybe back to 31. Looks like it could get rejected there. There's a tiny, I mean, there's not a lot of historical data on this, right? So, but there is a tiny bit of resistance from the IPO at that level. And, you know, people, if anybody bought in the 20s, they'll probably be more than willing to sell at 31. So if, you know, if it's going to downtrend, and this, you know, while it does look like a decent recovery, I don't think it's going to recover back to, you know, like $50. At least not on this leg of the run up. Man, the pressure's really on. Surprised they're not cracking a little bit more often. This should be driving up the bar, right? SPY rise to 400 before FOMC drops to 390 after bearish news, and GDP coming in lower than expectations. I mean, that's what I'm playing this week. Are we gonna have a monkeypox party like they did back in the day with kids and chickenpox? No. FOMC's Wednesday at 2 p.m. Oh, okay, that's fine. I didn't want to anyway. Good. That sounds like a terrible fucking idea. SS Claim's bar rate was apparently above 20% on Questrade. Questrade's bar rate jumps all the time because they barely have any fucking shares available. They're also just more than willing to raise their bar rate quickly. I think the best indicator for actual bar rate is probably Fidelity. Fidelity's bar rate is a lot less volatile than IBKR's, and probably more in line with like Vanguard and BlackRock's bar rate. Did you watch Lisa's keynote? A little bit, yeah. Fidelity's still at 7, yeah. Chart exchange off exchange, same as dark pool. It's not the most accurate indicator I found, but yeah. You can just look up, you don't need an account with Market Chameleon. You can look up GME dark pool VWAP and on Google, that exact search term, and you will get Market Chameleon's dark pool data for the day. It's free. That's probably one of the more accurate ones. Do you remember when VXX hit 242 on March of 2020? Yeah, I had calls on it. Do you see the squeeze that might hit those numbers again? It's possible. If the market crashes. I thought MOASS would have more gaps. This is looking rather choppy. Well, I tried to warn people to some extent. Would you play weeklies on the SPY for FOMC? I might straddle it. I'm gonna buy puts at like 403, like wherever the SPY gets rejected. I'm gonna buy puts. I mean, you could understand the options contracts implied volatility, which would, without a rise in the underlying, or its sensitivity to Vega. I'm not sure what your question means. What are you getting at? Maybe you should make your question more clear or ask it more directly. What are you trying to extrapolate from options value besides its association with the price of the underlying stock? Was BTU the real play all along? But, I mean, yeah. I have a small case of plantar fasciitis. Bought some orthotics yesterday and it's helped a lot. Thanks for asking. I didn't I didn't ask. What's that going to do to your career? Is there any TA on this chart? Sure. What can cause IV crash? Do you typically buy options under a certain IV point, say 100%? Generally just earnings. But any big volatile price movement can spike IV, which would cause a subsequent crush when that volume dries up. EMA 20 a good indicator to short? Not usually. It depends on how long you want to hold the short, I guess. Just intraday. Explain what the 10-year bond means. It's a bond for 10 years. What are with these questions today? Are we going to chop our way along higher lows until we break the 97.50 level? Is this an ascending triangle? A little bit. Sure. Shareholder meeting might cause IV bump crush, same like earnings. Yeah. It's not looking good. I might need to find a new job soon and become a poor. Damn. I'm not impatient for the price to go down. Should buy your 9% inflation bond. I want to YOLO into calls. When is the best time to target entries? I think later in the cycle. So much of my day now is just spent telling people that, we're not done with the cycle yet. Let me try to make it really clear for everyone in here. I expect the price of GameStop to be lower in the next few weeks than it currently is. Okay? Did everyone hear that? Shill. I don't get it. Fuck. Goddamn. I don't care about your wallet. Pin it, post it on the screen for several weeks. You are now banned from Superstock. Thank God. So many reasons for major GME price improvement over the next 2 weeks. Let's fucking go. No, there aren't. There's a shareholders meeting, which will probably just be a big opportunity to short and try to get liquidity from smaller funds if possible. There's earnings, which they'll definitely short. Mm. Or maybe those events will be outrageously bullish. They haven't happened yet. Okay. Why do I have to be positive? There's a difference between positivity and hopefulness. Be waiting to see what happens with MayO-PEX to sell CCs. We're gonna sell more, yeah. Thanks, Ginger Snap. I was trying to sit real still so you think the stream is frozen. Keith Bromden, thank you so much, dude. I'm betting stock split 6-9. Not possible. Definitely not possible if they announce it at the shareholders meeting. 10 days. AMC wallet, same as prison wallet. What's the date for GME earnings? I'm not sure if they're doing earnings at the same time or if they've announced an earnings date. I'd expect them to do it at the same time as the shareholders meeting, but they may not. They may be two separate events. What do you think the short's target is on BBY? I don't really think they have a target. They're just trying to keep the price down. I'm not sure it's a short position doing it either. Frankly, it looks like prime buying. That's the kind of shit primes pull, where they just like suppress the price and buy a bunch of shares. My broker estimates GME earnings on June 8th. Yeah. I mean, the earnings aren't going to be good, right? Like we don't expect good earnings, but we could expect some bullish forward guidance, which would be fucking awesome from the shareholders meeting. No, my 98C. You'll be okay. It's gonna revolutionize the popcorn market. Do we want forward guidance yet? Or better after 1 year of success? We want some. You know what I'd really like to hear? Their estimates on the profitability of their NFT marketplace. Am I shadow banned? Nah, it's crime. That's why my responses are being ignored. I didn't see you say anything, Prince Peach Fuzz. Do you have any insight into today's spy movements? Thank you. Yes? What do you want to know? There's a shitload of puts dumped on Friday as they reposition their shorts. This causes a deleveraging of the negative delta hedge by the market makers, which causes a rise in price in the underlying. It is temporary at best. I feel we're gonna run to 110 today. We might. Possible. How long do you think it would take for Gme to start showing profits on the NFT marketplace? Quarter or two? Couple quarters? What are some things we can look for on a longer scale to help identify a bottom from which to sell CSPs for income, not assignment? I mean, long-term support and resistance is probably your best bet at these price levels. Fuck you, Pedger. I was gone for a bit. How are we feeling about GME for the afternoon? Yeah, it looks okay. I think we might pop up a little bit. It kind of looks a little too controlled, and the breakouts aren't super great. We'll see what happens at 1269 though. Do we always touch Vega neutral before a run? No. It's only happened twice. And the last time when we did touch Vega neutral at 73, they were hedged down to 40. This time they're actually only hedged to like 55. So, you know, it's a possibility that our low end for the cycle is in like the 70 to 60 range. Just because they're hedged for the possibility doesn't mean it's going to happen. I quit my job today when the NFT marketplace announcement happened. Where are my billions of dollars? You're just going to have to wait on those, Mr. Diggs. Can't tell if I'm shadow banned. Too lazy to type out my thoughts in the first place. The difference between living for hope in the future and living in the present factual now. Yeah. March low was lower than 77, I believe. $75.10 was the low. Sorry. No, 75.10. That's because we have different data. Do you have a video for setting trailing stops on WeBull? WeBull doesn't have trailing stops on options. You have to set stop limits. I might have trailing stops on calls. Nope. No trailing stops on options on Webull. They're supposed to be adding them, I think. You think the spring is coiled for a big bounce or slow return to the mid-teens? I mean, I think it'll bounce relative to the other OPEX basket stocks, right? So yeah, I think it'll bounce pretty hard. There's a lot of buying. You think the lack of FOMO run today proves that GME just only moves on market mechanics? Yeah, which I feel like we've proved that 100 times over. Retail FOMO is insignificant nowadays. I mean, it was a big catalyst in January of 2021. It's not the same anymore. How are you thinking about Tesla action at the moment? It looks fine. And my calls are way up, so just keep holding them. I have a trailing stop set on them, so. CBOE has a free trial for 14 days for their all access API. What stocks do you think are good for backtesting a strategy, and how far back should I go? Oh, they do, yeah. I would look at Tesla, GME, Baba, XRT, AMD, BBBY, and SPY as like your baseline. SPY or QQQQ. You could use both. This is what retail FOMO looks like. I mean, anytime retail FOMOs, they just internalize it, right? So whenever we get big news, we just see dark pool like utilization go up, and they pull the orders off the exchange. Is there any proof SLD periods have an effect on price action? I mean, there's proof that they generate liquidity through sell-offs in order to meet the deposits to some degree. I mean, no, I would say it's more correlation than provable causation, but it's reliable. Still a theory, though, not a law. I don't think SLD periods have an effect on GameStop price action at all. The broader market, though, yeah. Where's the bolometer today? Like 5.1. How far back should I get? A year if you can. I would go back to pre-Jan 2021, like August 22 or August 2020. Sorry. Jimmy Short Squeeze is by definition a conspiracy theory, and conspiracy theories are off-putting and drive people away. Constant negative articles are helping to keep interest away too. I mean, they write negative articles until they want people to buy shares, right? And then they change their narrative. If you look before every run, every OPEX run on GameStop, right? When they want that call buying to occur, because they want to fade a higher top, right? And so it helps to get FOMO. You'll see that like Market Watch, Investors Place, Motley Fool, about 3 days in advance will start to publish articles like, oh, look at this, potential on GameStop, like, and they'll publish articles talking about like technical breakouts, talking about like bullish call positions, which are negligible in value usually. They'll talk about things like like Rentec making a buy-in, or stuff like that, and you'll see that start to happen about 3 days before almost every OPEX, because once they have that hedge in place, they want us to buy calls, right? Because we're on the same side for that period of time. Cat 205 resistance, same like GME 180. Actually, 205 is usually not a very strong resistance on Cat. So there's a little bit of pushback today at that price point, but I think it'll break. I think it'll break to the bull side. Bro, Ray Dalio, King of the Bears, is long GME. Dude, I don't even know if Ray Dalio knows his fund is long fucking GME. Bridgewater buying 4,000 shares of GameStop is like, he probably doesn't even know the fucking trade happened, honestly. It's not like he's out making statements like, we're making a large investment into GameStop because we believe in the success of the. If he was long GameStop, like really long, that kind of shit would be happening. You'd be seeing hedge fund managers getting on the fucking news and talking about how great GameStop is. Ray Dalio probably bought those shares to lend them out at 20%. Yeah. I think if that was his goal, though, he would have bought more of them. I think SPY hit its high for the day. Nah, not necessarily. I think it's got more room. Cat test of 205, number 3. It'll do this for a while before it breaks out. Cat's not a quick. When it moves, it's hard to explain. It's volatile, right? When it moves fast. But when it consolidates, it takes forever. Buy sell side meet very long equilibrium periods on Cat. But bro, Bill Pulte did the equivalent of throwing a $20 bill at us. We moon soon. you should Doric, you should tweet him your sob story, and he can throw a $20 bill at you that you can YOLO on GME. No, it's APY. Solve it. It's $20 to borrow a share for the year if the borrow rate's at 20%. Roughly. Do you think QQQ is a good entry point for long-term port? No, I think it'll be cheaper in the coming months. When are you getting spy puts? After my calls get stopped out? Where's Han? I haven't seen her in a while. She's around. She was on the Discord a couple days ago. I think she's just been busy with work and shit. But she's doing okay. Uh... Still think we're in for some big dips between now and the meeting. I would say we would see big dips after the meeting, if we're going to see them. I would say a slow grind to reduce volatility between now and the meeting. What's your thoughts on FOMC this week? I don't think it's going to be overtly bearish, but they're probably still moving forward with a June 0.5 increase. I don't see them backtracking on that. Where's Halfro? So glad he's gone. Wait, you're Halfro. Halfro. I don't believe that you can be green or red. And I challenge you. We could go more green too. Yeah. What now? What were you challenging me to? Get fucked, nerd. Can you be violent upside? I am the embodiment of violent upside. Why can't institutions just buy in where the average retail investor bought in? Because no institution would ever want to buy GameStop at that price for like a long position. I've been bested. Well played. Well played to you too, Volgavana White. I know the borrow rate went up. I know no one ever clips the good parts of the stream, but like 20 minutes ago, I was like, hey, this price action is going to raise the borrow rate more. And then look at that. It's because institutions have this crazy thing called risk management, and retailers just a bunch of degens with crayons. It's pretty accurate. Why'd you put that red line there? What red line? They're getting ready. They're getting ready for 1269. Let's go. Don't fucking butter Gaff's biscuit. He's got almost as big of an ego as I do. Is this GME bar rate a good indicator of near-term positive price action? No. You know what it's an indicator of? Shares being borrowed. Yeah, I agree, Jettle. I think we see a little bump. I just don't think we're going to see a big one. And considering everyone's YOLOing into weekly 100s right now, it's very unlikely we'll see a very good run. We're not seeing like buying at like 110, 120. We're not nothing to drive up, you know, that positive delta pressure. So, you know, we'll break through like 100 probably violently. Wherever that breakout takes us will likely be the peak of the run, and then that's it. DD is working on delisting. Is there any way this will pop before it goes offline? It's possible. But it could just fade into the pink sheets, yeah. What's the highest IV you've been targeting for August calls, and they're open to capture the late June run? I probably wouldn't want to buy them higher than 120. The Gaff's a cheddar biscuit, my only weakness. Is drinking from a fire extinguisher an indicator of near-term price action? Could be. That's sort of my second favorite shill. If you want to hit first position, you're gonna need to have some humility. I'm not holding out hope personally. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. But your favorite shill is yourself, so it's so YOLO into weekly 100 Cs. No, never mind. DDO seem like a decent buy right now. It's a good price. 250 is a solid price. Can you get a cheaper price? Probably. You talk about the run in June. What kind of high can we expect? I don't know. It'll depend on gamma maximum and FOMO and underlying obligations. So there's three parts. The underlying obligations drive the volume. The gamma maximum kind of caps the price, and FOMO raises the gamma maximum. So that's what we're dealing with. It's a day-by-day thing. We'll have an idea of where gamma maximum lies going into the run. Right now, it's in like the 160s. Last time it was in the 150s, and we hit 200. So, you know, that FOMO coming in drives that feedback loop over that FTD period for the market makers as they're constantly positively hedging the previous day's run to the upside, which pushes further price action. FUD? Yeah. I mean, up. VOP begets more VOP. Right? Someone write this down. Yeah, you. Perfect. Yeah, no problem, Ski Bomber. Getting ready for a breakout? I don't want to look at it. I don't want to buy shares of it, and there's no fucking options. And it's going to make me sad. So. Do you expect a one-day big run for OPEX or a week with ups? I mean, it's. The one-day big run is what causes the week of ups. I mean, like, March OPEX started on the 18th and really didn't die down until April 1st, right? So it carried out quite some time because there was a lot of FOMO, there was a lot of interest in that period. I think June is going to have a lot more interest, right? As these cycles become more and more obvious to those that weren't paying attention previously, there will be more interest in them, which can drive further price movement. So while the positions that drive the price action may be winding down, if the interest in the cycles picks up, they can move the other way. Although I don't think the interest that drives the cycles is winding down. I think it's relatively equal. But there are some that do think that the spring is uncoiling. I got a job offer with a 10K signing bonus. Should I take it and YOLO into GME 510s? NFA, of course. That sounds really stupid. Do you expect a one-day big run? Thoughts on BBY? Best Buy, I have puts on it currently. I think it's going to get hit hard by similar costs that Target and Walmart are seeing, except I think they will be far more affected to the negative. I do have a call hedge, I should note. It's about 1 to 2 call to put ratio on my position. But I expect it to get hit. If you do code streaming, will you leave the old streams up? Yeah, of course. Will you continue to be active in Billionaires? Maybe. I don't know if I'm quitting streaming. I mean, in the future, after GME is over and done with, depending on the outcome, obviously, I'll probably stream less of the market day. Like, I'd probably stream like my trading session, which would be infinitely shorter than, market open to market close. But I don't know yet. I don't know what I'm going to do after that point. There's other things I want to do that don't. I mean, some of them involve streaming, so. How does car look on the 2-minute? Looks ready to break out. It probably is. Do you have stock in it or something? Or why are you asking me? Yeah, it looks good. Back to 200 maybe? Cat on the move. Well, that's relative. It just found some support again. Same range. Seems to be finding a lot of support at 204.14. That doesn't mean it's gonna break out though. It's probably going to get locked on this channel a while longer. Oh yeah, I mean, I think the split could drive price action like that, depending on, you know, how it's done, but it's possible. You know. Which of these gives you a stronger reaction? Mo Money, Bruce, Vids, Moonwind. I don't really care about any of them. This stream becomes a Cav stream. I'll go full pigeon whale. Can you be more like Matt Kors and read us Market Watch articles with a furrowed brow? I mean, his brow is only furrowed because he doesn't understand a lot of the words he's saying. I mean, retail going short the downside of the cycle or calls and buying calls on the upside of the cycle, we're just alongside the volatility positions, right? Like we're just making the same plays they are, essentially. So it doesn't really hurt them. So no reason to take their ball and go home, especially with retail locking up shares and DRS and reducing the risk for them in the position. That would only encourage more volatility players to move in, right? I don't know. It's almost how many cycles left do you reckon? I mean, as long as the stock remains illiquid, I don't see it stopping. So say the stock splits and retail uses that opportunity to buy more shares at a cheaper price and DRS those shares, right? Locking up a greater percentage of the float. That would only encourage the volatility positions to continue, right? So I don't see it stopping unless there's a sell-off. If liquidity returns to the stock, it's not as profitable anymore or as easy to manipulate. So it's generally a stock split will create liquidity, but that may not be the case for GameStop. I vaguely remember you mentioning retail shaving profits off the edges of these cycles last week, but I think I misunderstood you. I don't know what there is in that statement to misunderstand, but it's possible that you did. I think maybe like 14-ish now is DRS. We'll see in 2 weeks. I don't remember my projection for this upcoming one, but I don't even know if I made one. I stopped caring. Especially after the last one came in below my already conservative estimate. Oh, I'm not gonna fucking DRS anything. The people that do, good for them. Thanks. I'm not bearish on GME. I love GME. I'm long as fuck on it. It represents my net 60% of my net worth is directly tied to GameStop's market price at any given time. I couldn't be more bullish on the stock and the potential future of the company. Do you think people who DRS are ignorant of what it does or manipulated into doing so? Both. Only 60%. Well, my portfolio is a lot bigger now than it used to be, but it you know, at one point it was close to 80. I still have hedges, right, and long-term positions that I've had before I even had GameStop. So it could never be 100% without me liquidating other assets and then unhedging my portfolio, which would be infinitely stupid. You do know that a split doesn't change anything, right? Like their cost basis would still be high. But they could average down at the same rate now that they could if we split right now. Math. What do you mean by hedging your portfolio? How do you achieve this? Well, if you're long things, you can be long the VIX because market volatility is inverse to price, right? That's how I hedge my portfolio. There's other methods, but you can diversify, which is disgusting. And for old people. What's your GameStop wallet? I want to send you some NFTs. I don't have one. I'll set one up, I guess. Do I have to pay them? If I have to pay them, I don't want to do it. I already have a wallet. Look, I fucking need more. I already have more wallets than I want. I'm gonna fucking forget the passwords to all of them eventually. Thank you, James. I guarantee you that Jamie's wallet is easier to use and can do more than current wallets. How do you feel about that, Gaff? I'll let you know, man. My Jimmy Wood wallet would just look like my regular wallet. Empty. Locking a float isn't possible. Not really. If we do split, could there be a certain date I would need to have held shares? Yeah, it's called the ex-dividend date. It'll be announced with the split. Timing will be given for the ex-dividend date. What are the chances the SPY rebounds yet today? Hasn't it? I mean, continues to rebound today? Pretty good, I think. It doesn't look like they're repositioning quickly. And I'd expect them to want to reposition at a slightly higher price. Although there is a possibility that the market just locks up here and stagnates into the FOMC minutes on Wednesday. It wouldn't be the first time we've had that happen. No, splits are equivalent. It'd be the same amount of money to lower their cost basis at $15 a share at post split as it would be to do it right now. The stock's trading at 100. Your cost basis is 200. Right? And so you have one share at 200. And you buy a share now, and your cost basis goes down to 100, right? Or down to 150, sorry. Now, if you bought at 200 and we're trading at 100, and they split the stock 2-to-1, and you buy one share, that's going to lower your cost basis to 75. So it's the same. That's what's so complicated about split math? I haven't dove into the details of the wallet yet, but since it is exclusively a browser-based extension at the moment, it by definition does less than every mobile wallet. So let's say false. All right. Are you going to do a DD on it? Reverse repo hit 2 trillion for the first time. Who cares? I didn't tell anybody to buy H&T. I bought a bunch of H&T. Okay, cool. I'll check it out. It takes the same capital because your cost basis doesn't change. It's me, BK. Your initial cost basis is the same. Did someone say HNT? What's up, Cool Daddy? I made a bunch of money on HNT. It was great. It can still happen tomorrow. Tomorrow's the T+2 day. I don't really expect it to run at all, but if it does, I mean, there's potential for it to run. If it does, I wouldn't expect it to run much higher than 110, 115. You think our lowest price point before running for OPEX and dividend will be right after earnings like usual? I think our lowest IV will be. I don't know if it'll be our lowest price point, but yeah, it's possible. Was it Cool Daddy that told you? Yeah, he did like a whole DD on HNT, and so I bought some. It went up a lot from when he did the DD. It was good money. Is the VXX supposed to squeeze up or down? I mean, the market's moving up, so VXX should relatively be moving down a bit. Probably not as fast as the VIX. Gurk, you never use my DD. That's because you just cross out the price on fucking Yahoo Finance and you're like, moon soon. And that's not, I'm sorry, Pop CERN, but that's not DD. That's just you confirming your own bias. Why is Cat toying with us so much today? Just needs to make up its goddamn mind, up or down. Yeah. Reverse 1269. Interesting. Yeah. Lower IV is better than lower price, right? I mean, if you're buying options, yes. We still expect the next 2 weeks to go to 60 or 70. That's where the hedge is, and that's where Vega neutral is. So, although I do need to figure out why Yelya's Vega neutral is so much higher than JFresh's. There's something off there. But, yeah, it's 50 to 63 is the range. So, I'll just take both data points for now. Looks like today is around the bottom. I kind of agree that this is the best possible entry, but I think it can drop a little lower, maybe briefly, before the next OPEX cycle. And it was cheap at 14. It was cheaper than where Cohen bought it. So you think we're almost at the low for GenoPEX? No. I think we got a couple more weeks. What day do you anticipate they'll re-up their SPY puts? I mean, they're probably already moving into them. But positionally, I think they're probably not going to move to take advantage of the drop until after the FOMC meeting. So they'll start setting up now through Wednesday, and then they'll position more heavily post after the FOMC meeting, depending on which way that moves the markets. I'm more concerned about MayO-PEX. I think we'll spike again this week. And try to sell CCs closer to the peak. If we're gonna spike, it'll be today or tomorrow. Most likely. I doubt it'll be Wednesday. But I'm not gonna sell any covered calls, any more covered calls for this Friday till after Wednesday. End of day Wednesday. No, it's the same. You're averaging down the same amount for the same amount of capital. It's all the same. It doesn't matter what the price of the stock. What is this argument? Split, same like no split? Basically, yeah. Are you concerned about missing long positions due to some announcement at the shareholders meeting? No. I mean, I'm not going to miss anything. I can fucking buy calls if it's running into MOASS if I want to. Obviously, that risk has to be weighed against how much fucking money you have. I don't need to like be in advance at a cheaper price. It's nice, but I don't need to. I can chase the fucking leaps if I want to. It's not the same positional management between me and you. Don't try to like ghost what I do, because it won't be the same. You have to manage your own position based on your capital available and your risk. It doesn't matter how many shares you have. it's all relative. I have 89 cents of buying power. How long do you think we can keep up these cycles, or is it impossible to tell? No way to tell. I mean, eventually there will be a last one, right? I don't know what flavor it is. Do you think post split? I'll definitely have more shares than you. Nice. I mean, the only way that's happening is if there's a share recall and we squeeze and I sell my shares. Otherwise, no, Gaff. You'll have less shares than me. If they split the stock in half, then my cost basis will be half, so I'll finally be below 200. I just hope we split for a reasonable amount. I don't think they're going to do an excessive split this early into the transformation. Maybe 2-1, maybe 3-1. I don't think they're gonna go far beyond that. Like, I really don't think they're gonna split 7-1. That'd be fucking ridiculous. I do. I am. It is compelling the amount of interest that would generate from like AMC investors, though, right? Because I mean, they kind of know the stock they own is complete shit, right? Like they bullshit each other, but they're onto it a little more now. And they don't understand stock splits, right, at all. So you can assume that they won't understand. They'll just see GME for the same price, and they'll be like, "Oh fuck," and buy GameStop, which would be very good for us. Do you think investors understand that it's undervalued? Fuck you, OG rules, dick. Girk, just buy some fucking AMC already. I have 30 shares in Cash App that I can't log into or sell. So, they're there. Same like DRS. Same like I'm never gonna sit on Cash App's customer service line for fucking 30 minutes or longer to resolve my account issue. So those shares will be there until AMC's inevitable bankruptcy. And then I will write them off on my taxes. Even if I had been able to sell them at 70, which I would have in a heartbeat, I still like that profit would still not have been worth calling Cash App again. No, they mail it to you, Pop CERN. Yeah, I'm well aware of BHP. It's a good investment. It's on my list. I don't like the price as much, and it's mostly because their price is taking into account that 10% yield. Just start tipping people in AMC. Not a bad idea. I usually day trade on bath salts. Nice, dork. I owned about 5,000 shares of AMC for like 2.5 hours in June of last year. Best money I ever made. I think I had calls on it back then. I can't remember. I traded a bunch of runs last year on AMC. I think after June I stopped because they just weren't worth it. Good luck getting a fill on the calls. It's kind of difficult. VXX acting really weird. Cool. Oh, interesting. That's kind of surprising volume. That does not line up with the VIX. Maybe it's not that weird. It kind of is though, right? It's not. See, it's not tracking properly. Curious. I don't know. There's also like a shitload of buy orders through Arca. Hmm. Cool. Let me know if it goes above 30 independently. Wow, won't you feel dumb when AMC moons back up to $11? What's it at nowadays? It's at $11. Oh, I get it. I don't think there's a way of telling. It hit the EMA 210 Friday. It never hits an EMA that slow. Mm. It hit the 60 back here before. Also, this has got more volume behind it. I think it'll go lower. Not a lot, but a little. Maybe back into this like 230 range. This is the daily. This is the 180 on the daily. Right? Yeah. I mean, it's still locked into the same cycle as GameStop. So if GameStop's going to see more downside, why wouldn't DDS? I'm not gonna say it's gonna see a lot more downside, but I think it'll still see some more. I'm not really taking any risk here. Like, what's the worst that happens? I buy it at 260. I don't give a shit. Are you supposed to get timeout on threads on Discord if you're a billionaire? I mean, yeah. If you're being like a dick or something, the mods will time you out regardless of your membership status. Or are you talking about like the chat speed? If you're talking in the like the general like public Discord, what we refer to as the pores chat, yeah, you'll still be held to the time restriction because it's universal in that channel. Is there a channel to talk about Pickles Picks? Chat? And Dillionaires? I drew a line in Jimmy at 94.39. Why did I do that? I don't know. It's a good question. Why did you do that? There's 94.65. That's the one I have. Maybe yours is like close to that. Probably the same resistance. You could also make like a, if you want, you can make a thread in Billionaires Yaga to talk, like discuss this week's like pickles picks or whatever. I could do that, I suppose. I really thought about that. I just assumed people would talk about it in the general chat. VXX same like SST? No, I don't think so. Even if MayO-PEX was never going to be huge, this is just straight boring. Well, there's still tomorrow. Remember, it's... Bar rate will hit 50% at the peak of this run. I'm calling it now. Theoretically, it should move far higher. We're starting 600 or 700% up from the low of the last cycle. So there's no reason the high shouldn't be just as divergent. Oh, no one gives a shit. Sleep tech and value. General chat is just a dumpster fire sometimes. I mean, just if people are being dicks, report them to the mods. No, not 10,000% borrow rate. I think we spiked at like 27% on the last run. So maybe 189. How do I report you to the mods? I don't know. You could just tell me, like, just DM me your complaint. Why'd you time him out, Carl? Expecting Amazon to feel the same fuel price hardships next earnings? Possibly, yeah. Although they use a lot of independent contractors, so they may not be hit as hard. I mean, on the run in June. The next expected OPEX. Oh, that's why Funyuns. Okay. That makes more sense. I didn't know they had MSG in them. That's exciting. What time frame would you trade on? 1, 5, 15, depends. I would say most of my days were done by 10 a.m., like 10 or 10:30. I was usually out. I didn't say Jimmy was gonna blast through 120. Pecorino Romano, huge Steve. Ooh, that's the good stuff. Yeah, a lot of the campaign against MSG is just bullshit. Worth grabbing calls prior to the 6-2 shareholder meeting, or probably nothing burger impact to price. I mean, I'm grabbing some before the shareholder meeting because you don't know what's going to be said. But I'm not going to grab a lot. Like, maybe like 10% of my planned position for June. I mean, largest loss that I've taken I've closed at a loss, like 15,000. I've gotten rug pulled a few times on positions though, in that relative range. I mean, I usually have my risk set on trades. Unrealized losses, I've pushed well up into the 6 figures. Nice, AM. Congrats. I think some studies show that it's a little better for you than like table salt. Or better for people on like sodium restricted diets. Thoughts on Best Buy earnings tomorrow? I already have puts. I'll probably buy more of them. What about that good Grana Padano? Grana's good. I like it. Parmigiano Reggiano. Pecorino Grana. Asiago. Fantastic cheeses. All of them. Smoked mozzarella. I had some of that yesterday. That was good shit. It was cherry wood smoked. It was interesting. If Jimmy hits $500 before June 1st, we get frosted tips. No. No, I won't. It's called Scarmozza. Huh. Ah, yes. I had a slice of American cheese, chilled. I can hang. You're not a cheese in a can type guy? I mean, I don't mind a cheddar spread, but I don't need it aerosolized. Remember the battle for 180 like it was yesterday? Boy, have we come a long way. We have. They're targeting all the way to 50. Good thing I bought $60 puts and $65 puts. $70 puts? I think, yeah. I have $70 puts too. I'm just not bullish on it. Also, GameStop's biggest competitor. Let's hope they fucking die. How do I report your mods? Did you create another YouTube account because Carl timed you out for 300 seconds? When all the employees GME hired achieve their first year, when they're eligible for stock, is this stock purchased to the market? Where does it come from? Yeah, I mean, it should be owned by the company already. Like, they should have it set aside, but does Best Buy have a crypto wallet? Not that I'm aware of. Why am I gonna update Reddit? We're fucking trading 20 cents down from Friday's close. Nothing's even happened today. It's been, without a doubt, one of the most uneventful GameStop days. Tacos or hard shell and ground beef? Those are called tacos. There's a taco and a taco. These are what they eat in the Midwest. It's like cheddar, tomato, hard shell taco. Out of a box, ground beef. Sour cream, yeah. My mom's tacos were unseasoned ground beef with pureed tomatoes on top. I'm not kidding. Taco blend cheese. A taco is cilantro, onion, soft corn tortillas, and salsa rojo or verde. There's some other salsas too, but usually one of those two are more popular. If you don't grate your own cheese, you should be ashamed of yourself. Some people like eating extra cellulite in their cheese. Also, the mildest taco sauce you can buy. Pico? Yeah. Pico de gallo. Pastor? No, pastor is pork with like pineapple. Lenga tacos are the best. I just can't, I don't like tongue that much. That's what tomatoes are for. They're the mildest salsa. Borbra? Cowhead tacos? I've never had those. Hard shell, Dorito dust, salty ground material resembling meat, nacho cheese, sour cream, lettuce, and tomatoes. Taco Bell. The pineapple is just people being extra with the al pastor. It's so good. Burrito tacos are the rage now in SF Bay. Those are good with the consomme. I've had gazpacho. I don't really like soup that much, and cold soup is even less appealing. Although maybe I like it better than hot soup. I don't like hot liquids. I don't want to drink them ever or consume them, but I like miso soup, so that's confusing because that's essentially a hot liquid. Huh. Maybe I need to reevaluate my standards for judging hot liquids. There are some hot liquids I like. I just don't like them to be my beverage. Iced. Yeah, I don't drink coffee hot ever. Cholula or sriracha? Cholula. I don't like sriracha at all. I know that's gonna come off. I think it's one of the worst flavors in the world. It's like chili ketchup with garlic. Mamoon's hot sauce will actually burn the fucking roof off your mouth. I love that shit. I don't understand why it's so unnecessarily hot, but it works. I'm not gonna lie though. I don't really like any vinegar-based like hot sauces, like Tabasco, Cholula. None of those. They're really not my favorite. Like I'll eat them occasionally, but like Tapatio, I'm just not a big fan. Like a hot salsa, love it. Hot sauce, gross. It's just like an excuse for like people just put it on food that they don't want to taste. They're like, oh, you know, I'm just gonna eat this thing, but I want it to taste like Tabasco. Not only is it an insult to the food they're eating, it's an insult to their palate that they can stomach that flavor that consistently. Because it just drowns out any subtlety in a dish. Can't be more true. That's why every army dining facility has hot sauce on the tables. Because the food sucks. Like if I go into a restaurant and there's a fucking bottle of Tabasco on the table, I expect their food to not be good. It's on the Upper West Side. I think. Yeah. Like above Columbia. It's not a strong flavor, it's a shit flavor. It's just spicy vinegar. No, I don't like pho. Pho's just like water. It's I don't can't get behind it. Ramen's better. Fight me. What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm sorry, but you know, I used to work with a Vietnamese chef, and his opinion on pho and my opinion on pho are exactly the same. Thanks for boiling me a bunch of garbage and throwing noodles in it. It's so good. A bunch of garbage with noodles in it. I mean, not today, but sometimes, yeah. What's your stance on banh mi? It's pretty good. I mean, it's not my favorite, but It's all right. I will say I'm not a huge fan of like Vietnamese or Thai food. I've had pho from Westminster, California. Downvoted again. I've had pad thai. Indian food, I only eat like the most white people of dishes, like samosa and tikka masala, and the palak paneer, like the spinach with the goat cheese. I gotta venture further out than that because curry makes me sick, like violently ill. I don't know why. You know, I don't like naan that much, but I really like fuck is it called? It's like they're like whole wheat. It's like a whole wheat flatbread. Um shit. Roti? It's not roti, but it's like that. Partha? Paratha? Yeah, I think it's partha. Parotha? I don't know how to pronounce it. She just complained about how Portland was too white for her. She's as mayo as it gets. And then asked us if banh mi was safe to eat. It's just a fucking sandwich. No. If your eggs are cooked properly, you don't need to put shit on them. Parata? Parata? I don't give a shit. Bro, look at Airbnb. They're closing business in China. Best short ever, right, Ryan? I love how somehow you're always like you always pick like the best pickles picks. You're like, that's the one I want all in on. Best short ever. Fuck Airbnb. They suck anyway, right? Have you seen their CEO running around like trying to drum up like social status points over the last like couple weeks? They're like, good, look, guys, we're giving out scholarships to the underprivileged now and donating money to charity. Buy our stock. That's our compensation. Popster and Trader, you don't even choose the worst pickles picks. You just choose the most obscure ones and then make terrible bets on them. You're like, you know what? If this is going to 30, it's going to go to 90. Let's go. Virtue signals. Look how good of. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking. It's desperate. It reeks of desperation. And their entire C-suite's paid in stock, like they're paid on stock performance, and the fucking stock is tanking. Bulgogi? Bulgoki? What the fuck is Bulgoki? Fuck Airbnb. They suck. One sec. I'm back for more sideways price action. You'll be okay if you wapopotamus. I promise. Pi-Fi and his escapades with his crazy cat lady neighbor out of control. No. I don't know what a cutie is. If the VIX squeezes, it will squeeze. If it doesn't, it won't. It's very simple. Nice hammer, bro. We haven't yelled at each other yet. We had a conversation yesterday, which was weird. Yeah. It's a brand of ice cream sandwich. Oh. That's an interesting. Do you know a lot of people throwing cinder blocks in their washing machines? Have you rode today? I did this morning, guys. Thank you for asking. You can tell it's a squeeze by the way that it is. It was oversold and then became overbought. Except it's an ETN, so it has a limited float size, and that created problems. Market makers unable to hedge the underlying for the options chain on it because there were no shares available. BTC teasing going under 30K again while the market pushes up. Interesting. Please explain your rationale as to why you think DDS is going down more or not. I just want to understand what you're seeing that I'm not. Literally everything outside of the technical analysis that you're betting on. There's more to stocks than TA, Stefan. I'm not convinced ETNs are even real. I mean, they're not. Really. I want to sell CCs for GME this week, but I'm scared because I have a small wee. Do you think GME has a small run-up coming Tuesday or Wednesday? Any significant amount of FTDs due coming up? I don't think there's any significant FTDs coming up, but I do think there's a potential for a small pop based on the gamma exposure from last Friday. That'll probably be tomorrow or Wednesday. If you have a small wee, you have nothing to be afraid of ever again in life. Think about it that way. Do the Harlem Shake. My shoulder's kind of fucked up today. Otherwise, I'm thinking about it. So I should have banned the name Stefan because I don't like the way Girk pronounces the FFF. No. None of it's real. It's all ones and zeros on your screen. What the fuck are you talking about? What's with the incredulous seriously? Thanks. My wee keeps me level. Well used. Fine. Disliked and subscribed. Thanks, Surfa. Massive wheat candle. 300k. Dope. Steven? Steven's a very adult name. I don't think Stefan is a Steven. You said ENTs weren't real. None of it's real. I mean, fair. Neither is the money, right? But you can exchange it for real things because people perceive value in it. The friendometer went to sleep. I'm about to. This is the most boring fucking day. Jesus Christ. Have we traded outside of like... This is ridiculous. It's like 50 cents up, 50 cents down. 50 cents up, 50 cents down. Obligatory halt and to close. If that happened, it'd be on Wednesday. Someone buying some X? I told you there was a chance that if we saw money come back into the market, we'd see it flow into value stocks and commodities. And we see those overperforming today, right? Look at the Dow. To think we had halts. It was only last week. The week before last. But still recent. We had a bunch in one day. We halted more in the first half of this year than we did in the second half of last year. What even is this 1 year badge? I've been here too long. Yeah, not frequently enough. Keep up the good work. I'm looking for some. Wish I had puts on my last employer. Oh, here, I'll show you what the badge is. It's hard to see. I'm gonna change it to something else, I think. But right now it's this image. Which I thought was fitting for those who'd been here a year. But I'll probably change it to something a little more visible. I think YouTube might be blurring it. Don't halt now. Keep saying bullish things to us. They are creating more asymmetric risk. You guys remember that? You remember asymmetric risk? What's going on? Just let them create as much as they want. Don't worry about it. What would happen if all retail sells GME? Will it go delisted? I would imagine that the price would just drop. Or it would trigger a short squeeze as brokers recall all the lent shares in order for them to be sold, which would be irony at its finest. Are doji candles bullshit too? Yeah. Outside of the information that you can extrapolate from them, which is that, you know, volume was, the price was volatile, and it, you know, the majority of volume traded within a narrow range. Do you consider yourself a silverback? No, my back's pretty bald, actually. You pull up the wheat chart, at least it's doing something. Nice. Bullish. Bullish on wheat. I mean, it's not really super impressive, but it's cool. Went up a bit. I don't have that much GameStop. Remember that DFV has like 4 or 5x my shares, right? Hmm. Greg said he was bullish on wheat and at MOASS. It's doing fine. I don't think Cat's any more ready to break out than it was 3 hours ago. It's performing better. X up 5%. I'm glad I averaged down. Nat gas was the real MOASS. Why would you continue renting if you got the house in that deal? I don't want to live on Long Island. Ew. How insulting. I cannot buy GME calls on TDA now. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Will DFB ever come back? Probably not. I told you guys before, he died a hero. It's the perfect story. Why would he come back and ruin that? Disillusion people. That's silly. He made a shitload of money. He's out. Smart. Watch, sure. Participate, too risky. I'll rent your Long Island property for half a GME share a month. Yeah, that's not a good deal. Here's poo-poo Long Island, like it's the New Orleans of the East Coast. New Orleans is awesome. Mostly. You don't want to go for jogs barefoot in the sand along the ocean that has nice gentle waves every day? Even run in the moonlight, smelling salty air? No. You drive a hard bargain. 0.75 shares. Take it or leave it. No thanks, dork. If you need a place to stay, really bad. Maybe. Or you're gonna have roommates. Just bought a GME call on TDA. See? Bud. So either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Is this what happened to you at SS? I guess so. But I like being the villain. I'd rather be the villain. You get a lot more leniency as the villain. Heroes have to be perfect. The Baron's saying the wheat rally is dead. Time to YOLO. Wouldn't GME to 30? I don't see that happening. Sorry. You should Airbnb the house. I hear they have a great business model. No, I'll probably just... I don't think I'm gonna get the house. Like, he'll definitely pay me. If he doesn't, I'll call his wife and make her pay me. I don't want the property, right? Like, it's just like shit I don't want to deal with. Then I've got to what? Like, find a real estate people to sell the shit for me? Gross. Let's just sit on Serbusang. Girk buys an island with money from selling CCs. They don't call it Long Island for no reason. J-Pal like Ra's al Ghul? Hmm. This is the true story of 7 pickle quad team strangers picked to live in a house, work together to find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real. I mean, we'd just start a hedge fund. That's what would happen. If me and the rest of the quad team moved into a house together, we'd start a hedge fund within a few weeks. Bad idea to hold those catcalls overnight. I mean, I'm probably going to. I'm not going to lie. Is it a good idea? No. Kirk, J-Fresh stole my crayons. I mean, yeah, but I'm not going to do anything about that. You have to own it for 2 years? What the fuck? Real estate sucks balls. I don't care how much you guys talk. I'll be like, oh, I made all my money on real estate. You just made less money than you could have somewhere else on real estate. Fucking 2 years holding period. It's ridiculous. What a scam. Hedge Fund House sounds like a reality show waiting to happen. I mean, with J-Fresh there, we could only get it on like HBO, maybe. Why are you trying to live inside your investments? You know what? That's not actually true, man. If you buy an ownership stake in a company, you can just go live in the office. People will be like, what are you doing here? And be like, I own the fucking company, asshole. So, wrong. If you want to move in with me, all you have to do is ask. You can have the basement all to yourself. Probably full of radon. Who's your favorite Christian rock band? That's not a thing that I have a favorite of. I finally figured it out. Bore us to death and the shorts squeeze us out. No. Impossible. They just never expected the level of entertainment that would come from Pickle Financial to counter their position. Does VeggieTales count? I definitely didn't almost say Creed. I can't stand Creed. Here comes the boom. You know, I forgot that they were like a Christian rap rock band. Turnover isn't volume. cat falling? No. Am I gonna get stopped out on my Tesla calls? No. No, I'm not. Mushroom head? God, I haven't heard that in a long time. Wallet, a nothing burger? I mean, it's not MOASS. To explain the history of dubstep with an animal-themed series of metaphors. Dubstep sounds a lot like what would happen if a seagull flew full speed, beak first, into the eye of a grizzly bear that was in the middle of a fight with a wolverine. And fairies in the background, like woodland fairies. Mumford and Sons and Lenny Kravitz are pretty good Christian bands. U2 probably the worst one of all. Is Lenny Kravitz a Christian band? Or is he just... Isn't he half Jewish? Hold on. What profit percentage would you target if you were going to sell weekly CSPs? I usually pull them back at like 80%. 50 to 80. I start consider pulling them back. Lenny Kravitz took his dongle out on stage on accident, by accident. Did anybody give him a horse? Look it up. I don't know if I want to see the footage. Let's take your word for it. A horse, of course, of course. What if RC and Steve Cohen are cousins? I don't think so. Play it while I'm at work. I don't give a fuck. I can day trade for income now. Hold on, Pop Certain Trader. I don't think you can. You might be the worst trader I've ever heard of. That's called an assist, Pop Certain Trader. Trust me, I'm worse than stand-up comedy. I love how the volatility of the stock is inversely proportional to the range and weirdness of the discussions. We don't need price updates when we have indicators this predictable. It's kind of true. No. I am definitely the worst. I can prove it, sadly. Oh no. Your MMAT bags. I thought you shed them. Top left. I feel better now. Yes, I've heard of him. That was the setup. He knocked it out of the park. I just got done listening to I Can Be Green on a 6-hour loop. How magnificent. Did I miss anything? I don't know. Dropping acid for MOASS. Eye drops for allergies. But they look like tears. Oh, I should record my apology video now. Guys, I am so sorry. Okay. Clip that. Send it to me. So sorry about AMD. I'm not sorry about AMD. If you own AMD, you're in a great spot. It's better than 20% of the other stocks out there. I didn't make you buy CERN puts. Sorry, not good enough. Okay, fuck you all then. Holding cat calls overnight? Yeah, I am. That's not what my wife told me. That's not what I told my wife. What are you trying to convince her that you're just hypnotized by some mysterious cult leader? It's like, you don't understand, honey. That's why I keep losing the money. I have to do it for the cause. Peanut butter and pickles, 5 minutes behind in the chat. What bearing, if any, does reverse repo going over 2 trillion for the first time have on the overall market? Fucking none. You ready for that? I don't know. You want me to say it again? I told her you were my financial advisor and that you're registered in the state of Texas as a fiduciary and as an ordained minister. Does it make it better if you're doing your plays for God and for Jesus? I should start, like, what are those, the mega churches? She's Catholic, so yeah. Oh, okay. Do you guys ever like pray for your stock positions? How's that work out? First mega church IPO. Well, I don't believe in religion or God. So I feel like it'd be easier for me to monetize it than somebody who maybe had that, what's that thing they get? Faith. What? No, I didn't get raptured. That's not real. What's up, Tinder? Do you believe in karma? No. I know far too many wealthy, terrible people that have great lives. They'll die happy, surrounded by loved ones, rich. Who did your lack of faith summoned the sin of the thought bot? Amazon today, same like Sears Roebuck tomorrow. I think long-term supply chain relying on junk from China. Thoughts? Thanks. I mean, I think Amazon can use some improvement in the quality of merchandise they sell. But people buy it, right? Everyone's like, oh, you know, Vintu? That sounds like a great laptop company. And then people actually purchase that shit. So who's winning there? It's like a x86 processor super glued to a fucking Raspberry Pi with a 480p fucking screen. No, it's from some video I saw, but lies. Those rich people are all miserable. Karma. No, they're really happy. Do you believe in credit scores? What do you mean, do I believe in them? I don't really know if there's a belief system structured around credit scores. If I like willpower hard enough, will my student loans go away? Can I be forgiven for my student loans? I mean, I don't deserve to be, but I'd take it. Do you believe Parmesan to be best shredded? Grated, actually. Although it depends what you're using it for. Like you're using it in a salad, on pasta, in a sauce. Are you telling me that the $200 Hey-Bang ultra high quality Gamer Max gaming laptop is a Chinese piece of shit? No, never. Honestly, my buddy bought these like off-brand monitors a little while ago, and they're phenomenal. They're way better than mine. He got like two 20 or 32-inch 4K like curved monitors from some just like off-brand company on Amazon. They were like half the price of like an AOC or Dell or whatever, or BenQ. And they're amazing. Like 165 hertz, like I think they're 165 hertz capable under 4K, and then 4K at 60 hertz or 75 hertz. You can overclock them. Like they're fucking awesome. I tried to buy them, but like the seller was no longer on Amazon. Are they just glass windows? No. Jesus will forgive our loans one day. I mean, if I take him to the grave with me, maybe. Did you buy your computer at Target? No, I built my computer. Parmesan grated on pasta, scales with a knife for salad. Yeah, shredded Parmesan is a sin. It shouldn't be used on anything, ever. Unless you're putting it in a sauce and you're going to melt it down anyway. But then you're just shredding because you're trying to eat through more surface area faster. M&M's or Reese's, but never as a finishing touch. It always scales or graded. M&M's or Reese's Pieces, peanut M&M's. Ooh, almond M&M's? Is that a thing? That'd be good. Reese's Pieces are disgusting. It's by far their worst candy. It's too sweet. Can you check cat back to 203.50? That's fine. It's not actually. It's just back at 204.36. Why would you say that? It's so disingenuous, Ryan. Jesus sees every trade you make. Oh no. Did you grow up in New York? I did. If not, how did you find friends as an adult? Go out and talk to people? That's usually what I do if I want to make friends with people. I'm just like, hey, what's up? And they're like, why are you talking to me, you fucking weirdo? And I'm like, I don't know, just like wanted a friend. They're usually like, oh, okay. And you like introduce yourself. Same thing works with girls too. Unsubbed. Tell me if we have more ups tomorrow so I can sell CCs on the up. I don't know. We could. There's gamma exposure. It looks largely uncovered. BBY puts? I thought you didn't play earnings. I don't. Earnings will simply be the catalyst for the devaluation of the company. Every time I go to talk to people in public, I get maced. Do you look creepy? That could be why. Work on your style. Maybe like try out some streetwear. Thought maybe they're borrowing all the shares to be able to claim illiquidity so they can push forward their covering. That's not really how an illiquidity claim works, but at least not from what I've found on it. Illiquidity claims require like extremely low traded volume throughout the day for several consecutive days, like 10,000 shares. You're probably that guy posting on Reddit he's going to wear a mask forever because he doesn't want to smile or interact with anybody ever again. No, I'm very social. I talk to thousands of people a day on my fucking computer. Live. What would give you the idea that I'm antisocial? Is it the not leaving the house or the generally hating the population? That's not abnormal. Hey, are you into financial infotainment YouTube streamers? Might work better than it did for me as a pickup line. I've never tried it. I could. If there weren't such a thing as PCs, would you have an Xbox or a PlayStation? PlayStation. I hope after all this is over, you get some well-needed rest. What makes you think I'm going to sleep more when this is over? Gherk tours the world of cheese with a forward written by Guy Fieri. No, I'll never collaborate with him. The risk of seeing him eat something live and me never being able to eat food again is too high. I wonder if like you go to a restaurant with him and he just like grabs food with his hand and he's just like, and you have to like licking his fucking chubby thick fingers. I know he's a good guy, but Jesus Christ, I hate seeing him eat. I just shot myself in the eye with hand sanitizer. Don't do that. It's not eye drops, not hand sanitizer. Don't don't let the hand sanitizer finish on your face. You know, have some dignity. GME super flat. Could they be trying to crush volatility with GME's IV on options? Donkey. Yeah, they could be. I expect their target range is somewhere around 100. That seems to be where they want to get it before they start buying calls and positioning. I started intermittent fasting an hour later than usual last night. I've got one more hour to go. Food shock on stream. Rough. Guy Fieri tried to steal one of my colleagues' hot girlfriend by telling her how much money he had. That works sometimes for some people. The nozzle was partially clogged, and I pushed down and it shot out. That's what they always say. I don't think you can give advice on what to put in your eyes. Okay, listen. The Oragel thing, I wasn't even awake. My vision was blurry. It was an honest mistake. I've been intermittent fasting most of my life. It's called being poor. Yeah, it's the thing. School lunch and dinner. Did you have to call it poison control? No, I just like rinsed my eye out. I was fine. It was just very minty, and then my eye felt numb, which was weird. Hey, monkeypox, yes or no? I mean, I'm not making any money on it right now, I'll tell you that much. But I'm gambling on it. Huh? You see what I did there? I've officially begun my career as a day trader. Maybe you can give me some help on how to sleep in a bus terminal with your eyes open. I think BTC going under 30 now affects the SPY for end of day. No. I don't think the SPY gives a flying fuck about Bitcoin. Yeah, they're connected in that they're both valued by the dollar. Everything is valued by the dollar. Bitcoin, same like $30,000. SPY, same like 400 and well, $396.70. Dollars. It's all dollars, right? Stable coins, dollar. Half dollars, believe it or not. Taking positions on ZM earnings, same like gambling. I mean, earnings is always a gamble. What expiry are you playing for BBY? The 17th? My checking account, same like 3406. All hair lords seen us. Make our power hour rip. Especially with that reverse 1269 they pulled on us. Here on DD&D, my great uncle threw a bunch of slop together on a bun. So we've been doing the same thing for 74 years. Wow, bro. I'm sorry. What puts or calls? 1 to 2 calls to puts. It's a straddle, but it's short favored. Where's the violent upside? There isn't any. I didn't expect any. Everyone else did. I want to point that out. But there's tomorrow. The potential's still there. I deposited 1K into my account this morning and it's all gone. Where did you put it? I gave it back to your wife. She said you forgot to tithe. Sinus. J-Fresh, are you moving into the Pickle Financial hedge fund house to be part of the reality TV series? That was probably smart. Tithing comes out of her account. She's the richer one. Is it worth getting to BBY with IV so high? I think it is. I know, it was a little lower this morning. It's worse now. Sounds dope. I call top bunk. Alright, but leave the green paint at home. Because it's a professional environment. If your hedge fund house was a fraternity, would it be Delta Gamma Theta? No. It'd be Delta Theta Rho. Can you let me stay at the house for comedic relief? I mean, you could just DM us like a photo of your portfolio every morning. You don't need to be there in person. We could see short covering tomorrow. Why would they cover on the short reporting date? The report's already done, right? It's not like they fill out the whole report tomorrow and turn it in. Tomorrow's just the date you receive the information regarding it. Is that what people think? That they're like, tomorrow's the short reporting date, so they're all scrambling to get the fucking shorts covered? No, they don't give a shit. Most of their shorts aren't even directly on GameStop. Why would they care? It's a 30% short interest. It's not gonna make a difference to them. Does it mean anything if they didn't short the fuck out of the stock and kept it flat today? Did nobody listen to me last week when I said I think we'll be mostly flat for like 3 days and then down into the end of the week? No? Okay. Flat then slippy. Exactly. It's all gas fault for missing FTD on his bonus. Probably. In case you didn't know, borrow rate is up again. I'm aware. Because banks present a guaranteed value investment with limited downside, and they profit off of the increase in rate, like the Fed rate. because they loan money lenders, and the feds jump in the vig. I thought it was code to buy weeklies. Oh no. Is it possible the market will be red tomorrow because they're hedging all the puts in the money last Friday? I still don't think we've seen a lot of the gamma exposure covered yet from the weekend. So I think we'll see a little bit of that. I think a little bit of that is still yet to play out. Not that there's a lot of it on GameStop specifically, but the overall market, I think they're still in the process of repositioning. They'll probably be repositioning all the way into the Fed meeting. We only listen when you say bullish things, apparently. You still don't know us after all this time. That hurts, Gurk. Liked and subbed. Anyone notice you can't sell anything on computer share anymore? No. Don't you dare say that's not how OPEX works. But the song says it could be violent upside. Yeah, it does. It's I can be red, I can be green. Breathe air if I should buy soy sauce futures. How much time he gains who does not look to see what his neighbor says or does or thinks, but only what he does himself to make it just and holy. That's I don't know what. Okay, I kind of get it. Have you seen anything about BBAI squeeze? Yeah, it's like a D-SPAC play. You could try to run it or just short the top. I listen, Gurk. Thanks, dude. My problem is I mute you 20 times a day while I'm working, and I hear only the bullish things and none of the cautionary warnings. So market chop into Fed meeting. JPEG gonna turn money printer on or off? Who knows? I think the spy is trying to force his hand, or China's trying to force his hand. McDonald's formation on the spy. Are you loving it? Touch my camera through the fence, you pickle. What? Kendro? I don't even know what that... Is that like a glory hole kind of thing? Or... Banks turn to blockchain and search for high quality trading assets. Unlikely. Why does it seem like wheat barcodes around this time every day? Because the contracts are closed, probably. How does YouTube money work? Do you get paid per like? No. You get paid ad revenue based on the number of viewers who watch the ads. Supposedly. Although those figures don't seem to be mathematically correct, I'll take their word for it because I don't care. They're gonna finish as white today just to mess with the song. I bought $3K, $2,000 GME2 because I like the way the ticker rolls off the tongue. Nice. It's a reference to Your Mom's House podcast. The famous Fed smoker Rip is famous for saying this, and he's part of the Cool Guy Club. Okay, I don't know any of the things you just said. Girk makes 6 figures on YouTube. No, that's not that high. Like, I don't know. I haven't done it for an actual year yet, but at the end of last year, I think it was like 62 before taxes and like YouTube's cut. So like gross. YouTube takes a shitload of that. If I have YouTube Premium, yeah, I think so. Like you get paid for like having YouTube Premium people on the stream. It's like one of the categories. $62. No, 62,000. Not 62. I thought that was a given. I didn't mean actually $62. BTC cliff jump? Where? Oh, nice. It's trying to dive below 30 again. You gotta get that number up to 69. Can you please short Oracle into the ground, Mr. Hedge Fund? No. Why laugh? Because it's funny. Girk is an American oligarch. No. No, I'm not. Did you spend all $62 on coke and prostitutes like a real Wall Street trader? No. I'm not a big fan of either of those things, honestly. Not yet. Do you know what time Best Buy earnings is released? I think it's tomorrow after market close. Ugh. How many times a week do you watch Wolf of Wall Street? I haven't seen it for a few months. I've only seen it twice. Are you streaming earnings? Best Buy earnings? No. You told me what Jimmy's price is going to be on October 23rd, 2025. Asking for a friend. I think Best Buy earnings is tomorrow pre-market. Is it? That doesn't sound right. You sure it's pre-market? Oh shit, it is pre-market. Never mind. It's tomorrow pre-market. Who the fuck is on tomorrow at close that I was looking at? Oh, Nordstrom's. That's the other one I'm like kind of thinking about taking a short position on. Yeah, so BBY BBY is pre-market, and then JNW is after hours. BTC same like liquidity storage for hedgerinos. Um, to some extent, a little bit, yeah. Some funds, not all of them, but some do use it for that purpose. Not so much liquidity storage as liquidity amplification. I'm gonna watch that movie. I kid you not, at least 30 times for my final paper for school. I hate that movie with a burning passion now. It's great, but it's revered for all the wrong reasons. Interesting. JWN? I think it'll just probably fall below 18. I don't know how much below it'll fall. I'm not as bearish on it as I am on Best Buy and Ulta. Ulta's a crazy one to play. I'm just straddling it. But Walmart, Costco, and Target are all showing health and beauty trends up, which means that people are buying discounted uh self-care merchandise, which means that Ulta and Sephora could take a hit. Although I don't know how much supply chain issues are involved with snake oil. How often do you take a post-market nap? Sometimes I just pass out because I'm so tired. I'm just doing a short-term like options puts. Okay, I know. I don't think there's a really good short there. I'm just buying puts for earnings. Well, not buying, bought. I already have them. BBY bump after Williams Sonoma earnings come out show a decline in purchase of $800 Dutch ovens. I mean, you buy Le Creuset because it lasts forever. It's worth it. All right. And they're not $300. They're like $500. Puts on Jade Rulers. I mean, right from the start, though, right? I join companies, I'm totally incompetent fool, and then ask for my compensation in a short position on the company and make lots of money. Nice. That's a strategy, I suppose. Same like filling the board with, you know, reprehensible BCG consultants. Tips on buying a mattress. If it's comfortable and not made of toxic chemicals, you're probably good. Cast iron is cast iron, but hold on. First of all, it's cast iron is not just cast iron. Some cast iron is superior to others, not only in the forging process, ensuring that there's no cracks or that it won't break. The thickness and heat retention are very important. The smoothness of the inner surface is generally something you only find in higher end cast iron. And Le Creuset is enameled, which is totally different. I will say Lodge Pan, same like other Lodge Pan, but I don't forge cast iron. Why are trading sideways while borrow rates are exponentially rising? Internalization and borrowing of shares to clear any FTDs through CNS. Use my Le Creuset at least once a week, and it's the best. Oh, I have a pillow, or like a pillow from Purple, and it's the worst. It's just like gel crap. It's not special at all. I would never buy one of their mattresses. Get a good mattress. Get like a, it begins with like a K. I can't remember the name of it. Go to Bloomingdale's. I'm gonna do a bear call spread on BB Boy instead. Oh, okay. It's Le, no Le. Le Creuset? Oh, okay, Le. Sorry. My French isn't on point. Do you have a forge next to your uni on the porch? I don't have a porch. I have a fire escape. Check DMs. What do you got for me, turd? Is it juicy? Ooh, random chart. Lack of share creation for XRT. There's a consistent pattern of excessive short selling without share creation to accommodate the settlement of XRT securities. For XRT on November 1st, 2010, there were 10.5 million shares outstanding. On March 31st, 2014, 858 trading days, there were 8.6 million shares outstanding, despite 70% short selling on reporting markets between the two dates, and multiple ownership claims to the shares outstanding. Between these dates, total marketplace volume for XRT was 5.6 billion shares, which with approximately 4 billion sold short based on the reporting market's short sell percentage. Using the daily closing price during this 858-day period, the trade value equaled $326 billion worth of XRT shares sold, with 225 billion sold short, not owned by the sellers, while there was no net creation of shares outstanding to support this trading. Fantastic. That's kind of in line with the SEC paper you sent that we have, right? The one that you sent me. What mean? Crime. Yeah, we know this. Just ETF gooberiness. Wait, hold on. Can I draw this on my own face? The goddamn. Right? You're enameled. A little bit. Can't we moon already? No. No, Jimmy's not going to go burr because of what I just said. You are now welcome back to SS. I'm alright. Rounded bottom breakout on VXX. There's no fucking technical analysis on a goddamn volatility index. Ridiculous. You say something that make Jimmy go burr? Probably not. Did you explain a bear call spread? Sure. It's a spread that consists of one short call with a lower strike price and one long call with a higher strike price. Hold on, I need to change my pen. Both calls have the same underlying stock and the same expiration date. It's a they're established for net credit, so the amount received, and it profits either from a decline in the stock or from time erosion. So no change in the price of the underlying. So your profit is limited to the potential net premium received minus like commission and stuff. Be careful searching bear spread online. You be careful searching bear spread online. Isn't it just maddening that the OG retail trader built his position with options and now it's all purple donut as far as the eye can see? Yeah, it is. Who's coughing now? Is it really crime on XRT or are you just playing? I mean, the things they're doing with the ETFs are not technically legal. There's fraud involved to a degree. It's hard to prove, but it's there. What isn't there is any impetus or, well, there's no interest in prosecution. Going into this next cycle with a higher borrow rate, we'll probably see the borrow rate spike higher. Shares could become unavailable. No, they're still allowed to do it. Because the choice would be turning off the liquidity tap, which isn't going to happen. So think of it this way, like if you go out and you shoot someone, terrible idea, but say it happens, self-defense or whatever, and the DA doesn't press charges, that's it. What was being done on XRT is unethical and immoral, but not really illegal. I mean, you could define it as wire fraud. But you still committed a crime if you shoot someone. No, you didn't, because you weren't charged with one. Innocent until proven guilty. And if there's no trial, there's no proving you're guilty. Hence, no, you didn't. Not caught, charged. I'm saying if there's no enforcement of the law, then how is a crime being committed? It's okay, guys. Karma will get them. No, it won't. Does innocent until proven guilty apply if I'm a poor? No. In what world are you living that you think a DA is not going to charge you? Why would I get charged? I'm not doing it. They know the DA won't charge them. That's why they keep doing it. No, they'll just plea out, not admit guilt, and pay a fine. Then the charges are dismissed. Right? It's not that they're unnoticed. These are SEC reports describing the criminal activity. Why are you so confident we'll see more downs into shareholders? Because we always do. I don't like it. Criminal cases need to show the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. It's a really high bar for a weak case. Fair. How long should it take for my cover calls to get assigned if they expired in the money? I'm expecting to get assigned to my 90 CCs from last Friday, but nothing has happened yet. I mean, they probably won't get exercised until they expire. And if we close under 90 this week, they may not get exercised ever. Could low availability of shares and the high bar rates be indicative of some lenders recalling their shares partially, or at least reducing the lending pool? No. The rate of change isn't that dramatic. Thoughts on Cat Weekly's dump, or is it going to run overnight? I'm going to hold them overnight. It could dump, but I'm pretty bullish into tomorrow for not only Cat, but like just the Dow. The Dow looks good. I think there's just some selling off into close, but I think we'll still see a little bit more bullish momentum tomorrow. If a ton of people sold off stock last Friday, what would we see in terms of price action on the SPY? I don't think a lot of people sold off stock last Friday. I guess mostly just put positioning. That like actual volume's been fairly low. Odds Jimmy breaks 105 by end of week. Slim. I request my CSPs get assigned if they're still a month from expiration. No. You can buy them back. Learned today on holding back on the DDS entry today. Has to do with VWAP. Not going to get into it. Just thanks for saying things that make me figure stuff out. No problem, dude. If no crime, no MOASS. If you believe there's crime with Jimmy's trading, then you're banking on the DOJ to do their job. And even then, you aren't guaranteed MOASS. MOASS is these cycles until otherwise. Yeah. It's a reasonable assessment. When do you think BBY will turn around? Same time as GameStop? Likely, yeah. The same period of time. Will you hold Jimmy Weekly's beyond tomorrow? No. I only have 10 of them, but I'll probably sell them. We didn't see a lot of volatility at open today, so I bought into a position that's half my covered call position. Mostly just to hedge my covered calls. So I'm not really like long. I'm technically net neutral on GameStop, I guess, right now. Have you made money selling shorts on Jimmy compared to calls? I don't sell shorts. You mean puts? Selling puts? I've made more money off of selling CSPs than I have on selling covered calls, but that's because I've done CSPs since last year and I've only done covered calls since the March run for GameStop. I mean, I did covered calls once last year on GameStop, but that was it. The upside risk was too high, especially all the way into June. Can you explain why it's better to sell CCs for 30 to 45 DT instead of weeklies every week? You can sell them further out of the money, so less risk of assignment during the time frame, and you capture more theta value, so your premium is greater per contract. So you can sell them further out of the money at a higher premium. The risk is that you're leaving yourself exposed to a very long window of price action, which on GameStop is historically risky. Although our down cycle is about 69 days, ironically. 69 to 72 days, depending on holidays and stuff. But so technically, you should never get assigned on them, especially if they're sold at the top. But I mean, you can, and we can look at that on like TradingView. So like, where's GameStop daily? Oh, here we go. So if we zoom way out and you look at covered calls sold at the peak of every run, like, you wouldn't have gotten assigned on these. 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 And you wouldn't have gotten assigned on these. Right. And to a degree, even in the money, you wouldn't have gotten assigned, right? But back then, there was no way of knowing that, so it's unfair. When August options, they should be open already, but it's up to the OCC. Cat, big sell-off into close. I think it's more a big Dow sell-off into close in general, but Cat's wrapped up on that. It's not that insane. It's just falling back to VWAP. The OCC can do all kinds of things just to fuck us over. That sucked. What doing BBBY? Nothing. I'm gonna open up one for fun on this account. Yeah, we're all hanging out tomorrow. These things are addictive as fuck. They don't even taste good. It's just salt. Nice. This is for the dividend, right? Are you eating Funyuns? Yeah. Bullish on HD for tomorrow? It could recover. Where are you bag holding at? 290? I don't think the borrow rate really affects them, right? They return the shares. It's not like they're borrowing them for a year, right? Just brief. By the way, Turd, I bought calls on this. I buy everybody's wonky plays for fun. Or so I can, like, complain. It's doing good, though. I know they are. They have, like, a big dividend. Are they trying to halt us into close? Not even fucking close. You know that? Booster test. Up less than 1%. Is this halt into close? Form SD filed with SEC. What is it? Who? GME? Oh, conflict materials. Thanks, Atomic. Ding ding. That is all for the day. Little bump in after hours. It's nice. So, kind of in line with expectations. We did not see any T+2 gamma covering. I don't think there's a lot of it, but if there is, we may still realize it tomorrow. I would say, if anything, we're likely to continue to follow a pattern similar to this into the shareholders meeting over the next few days, probably into the end of this week, trading mostly flat against that gamma exposure. So, the FTDs and gamma exposure are giving us some resilience, but we're not seeing any like up or downside, right? So I could easily expect us to trade flat for a couple of days and not see a run, although I do think a small amount of buying is possible. If that does occur tomorrow, remember the range of tests is likely to remain the same. Call put volume on GME very low today. So we'd still be looking at that 120 range at most. And more likely 108 to 113. And then, downside after that. If we don't see a breakout, flat until a drop at the end of the week. Probably following the FOMC meeting. I don't know how much IV is going to go down, but I would imagine some of it was crushed today. Not only given our extremely low volume today, compared to the last 4, 5, 6, 10 days at least. I think this is our lowest volume day since back here on May 6th. So I expect that, this low volume will continue, except, with more downside. Once they get IV crushed, then they'll start buying puts when it's cheaper. Goddamn, BBY puts are ridiculous. They were cheaper this morning. And then, obviously we're still looking at gamma neutral test as a possibility, depending on how the shareholders meeting goes. But I think we'll see some serious IV crush before the shareholders meeting. Is the FOMC bullish? Usually not. SPY climbing a little bit into close. I mean, that's good. So brief bump, then crush below 90, if we even have enough exposure for the brief bump. My biggest problem with this is most of our open interest on Friday was at the $100 strike, and we closed below that. So, this gamma isn't going to affect our price this week, and that's unfortunate because the gamma, the 100 strike was high. There was high delta there. Lots of contracts. And so had that been in the money on close on Friday, potentially we would have seen a little more upside this week. But with those out of the money, it's pretty bad for us. Most of today, just trading with active funds, above VWAP, so support, which looks good going into tomorrow. Pre-market should be very telling. We'll look for an uptrend in pre-market. It's usually a fairly good indicator of our price action for the day, because this is when CNS faces the worst liquidity problems. And so if CNS is net short and there's buying, we'll see an uptrend in pre-market to some degree. Very rarely do we have a pre-market that's flat and trades into an up day. I think like it's a low percentage. I can't remember what it was. IV crush, it's the period after which IV spikes, in which IV rapidly drops due to expectation or a severe decline in volume or price action. Anyway, so that's about it for GameStop for today. Yeah, flat. There's no options chain to support a big move, either up or down right now. Really, we're not getting pushed around by options much, so we're just seeing CNS net off through the day, and it's kind of uneventful. It's probably gonna be like that for a couple days. The rest of the market's got some interesting stuff going on, but GameStop's a little dull right now. If we do see that pop tomorrow, expect it to be very short-lived. I wouldn't expect it to carry on. So watch for that. And if we do see it, I'd expect to also see a drop in the borrow rate. So we'll see how that goes. Gamma neutral at the moment, it's like 99. Or it was at market open today. It's different now, but it's probably relatively the same given the amount of OI put on the chain today. Jimmy just announced results, huh? Results for what? There's not a lot of volume trading in the after hours. TDA says Q1 results announced. We already had Q1 earnings. Strange press release. Report. Q1, June 1st. Oh, they announced the earnings date? Oh, so they're going to do earnings and then the shareholder meeting the following day? Ooh. That's spicy. Good thing I didn't sell any cover calls for next week. That's going to be a fucking narrow window. Okay, well, cool. So much for IV dropping. Dad, please hold me. What'd you do, man? You greedy fuck. Yeah, it is a short week next week. Not MOASS in 10 days, but we'll see. We'll see if the IV spike due to earnings being announced causes that could put a little edge on the bump potential for tomorrow. So watch out for that. Because if they're trying to position into puts, that's going to fuck them up. Cool. All right. Well, I'll see you guys bright and early tomorrow. Fun announcement, though. Have a good night, everybody.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate! Hydrate! Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.